Chapter 2866. Soft lips touched. Suyu, who was about to fall asleep, suddenly shuddered. That kiss was so familiar. He opened his eyes again and looked at the evil woman who was close to him in confusion. His eyes were no longer cold, but gentle. For a time, Suyu had an illusion. The person in front of him was Xia Jingyu, not the evil girl. Fortunately, he was more clear-headed and understood that the person hugging him was not Xia Jingyu, who was far away in the Nine-Star civilization. She was just a sinful girl. "Thank you." As soon as Suyu spoke, he felt sleepy again. He knew there was no way he could escape this time. While he was still awake, he had to make arrangements for the common people. "Quickly get on the island!" Suyu shouted with all his might. The peerless Almighties could only temporarily put aside their worries about Suyu and lead the crowd into the island. Suyu arrived at the island with the help of the sinful woman. He faced the ancient Taichu temple on the island. From the common people to the peerless Almighties, they all had a kind of respect that came from the bottom of their hearts. Taichu Temple, in the great hall built by the first Tao Lord. In the past, it was the holy land of martial arts that all martial artists yearned for. It was the most mythical place in people's hearts. Right now, there was no one inside. There were too many living beings, and they couldn't all enter. They waited outside. The peerless powerhouses entered in their place to pluck the leaves and cross the remaining abyss. The group entered. The Hall of Absolute Beginning had been abandoned for many years. But shockingly, it was still completely spotless. It was as if someone was taking care of it every day. All the items were arranged neatly and looked as clean as new. "Suyu, look. Isn't that your heavenly orchid, silver bamboo?" Xiao Dai had appeared out of nowhere. He excitedly pointed at the flowers and plants on both sides of the entrance of the hall. Among them, there was a silvery bamboo forest that was especially eye-catching. Suyu looked over and couldn't help but be shocked. It's true. Thousands of heavenly orchid, silver bamboos grew densely there, dancing in the wind. Little butterfly grew out of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo, so she had a special feeling for this divine tree. She licked her lips and strode forward, ready to pull one or two out to taste. However, Suyu pressed down on his shoulder. "Are you tired of living?" Suyu glared at her. Xiao Dai looked around. "Why?" Suyu pointed at the surroundings. "Do you think you're the only one who recognized the heavenly orchid silver bamboo? From ancient times till now, it was unknown how many epochs it had experienced. Countless people have come to Taichu Temple, right? Why are they still alive?" Xiao Dai thought about it carefully. "That's true." After some thought, Xiao Dai took out a stone and threw it far away. A shocking scene appeared. When the stone hit the heavenly orchid, silver bamboo, a ripple that was so weak that it was almost invisible appeared on it. With a light shake, the stone was shattered into powder. That was not all. When the powder fell to the ground, another ripple shot out from the green bricks on the ground. Crushing the powder into nothingness, everyone who was about to step into the Hall of Absolute Beginning suddenly took a step back. Even the peerless mighty figures were filled with fear. They finally understood why the uninhabited Taichu Hall was untainted by even a speck of dust. That was because there were restrictions in the Hall of Absolute Beginning. Everything that entered it was crushed into nothingness. How do we get there? Everyone was at a loss. If he couldn't enter the Hall of Taichu, how could he pluck the leaves? Suyu was full of doubts. "Master, where did you get the news that the Hall of Absolute Beginning has leaves that can lead to the Nine-Star civilization?" Suyu asked in surprise. He had a rather bad feeling in his heart. Yunyazi said thoughtfully, "I heard it from a few peerless mighty figures after I came to the inner abyss." Suyu couldn't help but look at them. Who said that? But who knew? The dozens of peerless mighty figures looked at each other. They had all heard it from others. None of them had ever said so. Suyu suddenly felt that there was a problem. "Everyone look at each other and see who is the first to spread the news," Suyu said. With his current prestige, he could order them around. A group of peerless mighty figures asked each other. Finally, after tracing the source, they suddenly realized something. The first to say it was the master of Nirvana. It's him. Suyu thought to himself. There was a big problem with this statement. In the past, everyone was still confused by the appearance of the master of Nirvana and admired him. Therefore, they did not question it. Now it seemed that there was a big problem. The hall of absolute beginning could be shattered into nothingness if they took even a step inside. How could they allow living creatures to enter? For a moment, the crowd immediately panicked and became restless. Now that the inner abyss had been destroyed, the path back to the abyss had also been destroyed by ancient god Julong. There was no way forward again. Were they going to be trapped on the island? Don't panic, everyone. Check the surroundings carefully first, Suyu said decisively. The master of Nirvana had entered the hall of absolute beginning himself. Why was he fine? He must have hidden the key point. The most important thing now is to find the clues left behind by the master of Nirvana, Suyu analyzed calmly. He had to point out a way for the people before he passed out. Clang! But right at that moment, the giant gate of the hall of absolute beginning behind them slammed shut. Oh no! Suyu immediately realized that something was wrong. He didn't have to think to know that the master of Nirvana was behind this. Everyone rushed back, trying to reopen the giant gate in panic. However, Suyu shouted loudly, "Stop!" His voice drowned out the people, but it could not suppress the panic in their hearts. They still rushed towards the gate. They had no choice. Suyu took out the cavern world he had obtained and released all the faith in it. It was only under the pressure of faith that the common people were suppressed. Suyu said seriously, "The more dangerous the moment, the calmer you must be. Don't panic." He added, "The master of Nirvana closed the gate of the hall of absolute beginning. He must have expected that you would turn back towards the gate. There must be dangers beyond your imagination there." Everyone felt that it made sense, but they were imprisoned in the dangerous hall of absolute beginning. Who didn't want to get lucky? What if the gate could be opened and there was no danger? "Step back, I'll show you," Suyu shouted. After everyone stepped back, Suyu took out the incarnation of the past. The latter nodded and came to the gate of the hall of absolute beginning. It pushed hard with both hands, trying to push the gate open. But the strength of the incarnation of the past was reflected back tenfold by the gate of the hall of absolute beginning. There was a bang. The incarnation of the past was shattered into a bloody mist on the spot. At the same time, countless ripples burst out from the gate of the hall of absolute beginning, crushing the bloody mist into nothingness. Hiss! All living beings sucked in a cold breath. Their scalps went numb. What Suyu said was right. The master of Nirvana was forcing them to open the gate of the hall of absolute beginning. They couldn't imagine what would happen if all of them tried to open the gate. How terrifying would it be when everyone's strength was reflected back tenfold? Except for a few rare peerless masters, wouldn't they all die without a burial place? Holy Body Su, please show us the way. At this moment, all the people were sincerely convinced by Suyu. Who would dare to disobey him? Their faith in Suyu now surpassed even that of the Rinzu. The Rinzu was too ethereal, but Suyu was in front of them, a living god of protection. Chapter 2867. Suyu pointed to the depths of the Taichu Palace with the help of the evil girl. "That is your way out," Suyu said calmly and forcefully. The people were confused. They were trapped here because they could not enter that place. Suyu said, "The Lord of Nirvana can control the closing of the giant door, so he must know the existence of some mechanism. He must be in the depths of the palace. As long as you look hard, you will find the traces left by the Lord of Nirvana." In fact, while Suyu was speaking, he had already noticed some clues. However, he was about to fall into a coma. In the future, he might not be able to do anything for the people. Therefore, they needed to learn how to help themselves. Teach a man to fish, and you feed him for a lifetime. The people immediately began to search. 3 heads were better than one. With so many pairs of eyes, they would naturally find something. Hey, there seems to be a speck of dust on this bluestone brick. Finally, one of the creatures noticed. The people looked in the direction of his gaze. They clearly found that there was a speck of dust on a bluestone brick. If they looked closely, they would also find that the bluestone brick had been carefully cleaned. However, there was still a speck of dust left, which they did not notice. There is a seal on the bluestone. How can there be no reaction when the dust falls on it? The people's hearts immediately became active. Let me try. One of them took a stone and threw it on it. As a result, the stone was safe and sound. The people could not help but be pleasantly surprised. Not all places have seals. To them, this was an extremely exciting piece of news. The demon emperor understood and stepped forward. Step back. He grabbed a handful of dust from the cavern world and threw it forward. The dust fell to all corners of the palace. As a result, most of the dust was crushed into powder. Only the bluestone bricks without seals were left, covered with a thick layer of dust. And the dust-covered bluestone led directly to the depths of the Taichu Palace. That was the way out. Great. Finally, there is a way out. Suyu smiled. I will go in front, and you will follow behind, one by one. There were only about 50 people following them, so they did not have to worry about wasting too much time. Suyu stepped on the bluestone and arrived at the depths of the palace. There were 3 doors here, each leading to a different area. After all living beings rushed over, they fell into confusion. Could it be that we need to split up? A peerless supreme being analyzed. Suyu shook his head slightly. Are you sure that the 2 extra doors are real? The Taichu Temple was a martial arts sacred ground founded by the Taichu Taoist master. The purpose was to rest and discuss martial arts. The plants and trees in the courtyard and the limestone slabs on the ground were there to prevent people from destroying them, so it was reasonable for them to set up restrictions. However, what was the use of specially setting up 2 more doors? Did he want people to guess riddles, and whoever guessed correctly could enter? Obviously not. If he was not wrong, 2 of the doors were fake and full of danger. Suyu squinted his eyes and searched carefully. After a while, he had an idea. This time, he chose to let them deal with it themselves. Sage Su's meaning is that this is also the doing of the Lord of Nirvana? A creature asked. Suyu nodded and said, I can only tell you this. If you all go to the 9-star civilization, what will happen to the Nirvana Lord? Of course, he would be ganged up on by them and die. Before going to the 9-star civilization, he will try his best to put us to death to reduce his own threat. That was all he said. The rest was for the common people to think about. Sure enough, after Suyu's reminder, they immediately understood what he meant. Carefully test the 3 doors. The group of people all retreated cautiously. Heaven's splitting ancestor pulled out a chain and threw it at the middle door. However, as soon as the chain opened the door, a gust of black air spurted out. In an instant, the chain was destroyed into molten iron. Seeing that the situation was not good, Heaven's splitting ancestor dodged in time. Even so, he was scratched a little, and he was bleeding all over on the spot. This was because of his powerful cultivation. It was conceivable. If it had been an ordinary creature opening this door, what would have happened? Everyone would have died. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and rejoiced. Fortunately, Suyu had reminded them. Otherwise, they would have lost at least 2 groups of people. Heaven's splitting ancestor struck while the iron was hot and tried to test the other 2 doors. Sure enough, one of the doors was fake. The leftmost door was the real entrance to the inner yard. At that time, in a corner, the Nirvana Master's face was gloomy as he slammed his fists on a stone table. Deep fist marks were left on the table. How troublesome! The Nirvana Master said bitterly. If not for Suyu's reminder, this group of people and peerless, powerful people who came in would have been wiped out. However, Su Yu not only had incredible foresight, but he was also extremely smart. He was even more experienced than the peerless, powerful people of the older generation. He was observant. Now, in the end, he could not stop them, and they broke into the inner yard. He snorted, left the secret room, and quickly came to a small, independent yard. In the yard, there was a strange, ancient tree. It was covered with giant leaves shaped like small boats. Looking at the tree, the Nirvana master smiled coldly. I don't believe you can see through everything. He plucked a leaf, put it in the space storage device, and hid in the dark. Su Yu and the others opened the real door and arrived at the inner yard. The inner yard was a place to rest and also a place to practice martial arts. There was also an open-air platform. There were many ancient marks left on it. Those marks were left by the peerless, powerful people who came to the Taichu Palace to discuss martial arts. Many years had passed. The marks were still there, but the powerful people had long disappeared in the dust of history. This time, without Su Yu saying anything, they were already extremely vigilant. The demon emperor grabbed a handful of sand and threw it out. In the end, except for the planted spiritual plants and trees, the rest of the land could be set foot on, and there were no barriers. We can move freely here. Everyone was delighted, and they rushed into the yard. They were most curious about the ancient platform. It was the place where the saints of the past discussed martial arts. Many peerless, powerful people's first goal was to go up there and see the legendary Holy Land of martial arts. Su Yu could not help but be curious. Help me up there. The sinful lady had a gentle look on her face as she helped Su Yu up the ancient platform. When they stepped on the stairs, Su Yu felt an inexplicable sense of desolation. His heart, which had been silent for a long time, was surging. He had a kind of heroic impulse to compete with the heroes of the world. When he touched the marks on it, Su Yu felt the intensity of the reincarnation path in the past. In the end, they went up the ancient platform. Their whole body was filled with unimaginably fierce fighting spirit. Chapter 2868. Hey, this is the magical power of our wood ancestor, a peerless expert said in surprise. On the platform, he found the magical power of the wood ancestor that he was only proficient in. This is the magical power of our Yu ancestor. Oh my God, isn't this the magical power of our bird ancestor? Everyone found that the secret skills they were proficient in were all left on the platform. They were all ancestor-level existences who had survived from the last era. They were the ancestors of a certain kind of creature that had never been seen before and would never be seen again. However, the secret skills they created were all similar to those on the platform. What's going on? It seems to be more profound and mysterious than mine. Mine too. Who left these behind? Su Yu was thinking. All living creatures had existed since ancient times. It was believed that 2 epochs ago, each race also had their own race's strongest powerhouse. However, they might not have called themselves ancestors. Just like in the current era, there are only 9 great ancient gods, but no ancestors. A long time ago, there were ancestors of the same race who reached the peak of their race and came to this holy land of martial arts to practice martial arts. Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. The 9 great realms had existed since ancient times and were not exclusive to the 9 great ancient gods. Were there any remnants of the 9 great realms on it? He searched one by one. Strangely, there were no 9 great realms. As for the last mysterious domain, Su Yu didn't even know what it was. However, he couldn't find any of the other 8 great realms. How is this possible? Su Yu was puzzled. Could it be that no one had practiced the 8 great realms before this era? This shouldn't be the case. It seems that there are no traces of the 8 great realms. The sinful lady was helping to search. She found the realm of sin, an extremely rare remnant of the realm. She couldn't find the 8 great realms. Could it have been destroyed by someone? Su Yu pondered for a moment. There were indeed some damages on the platform. Some seemed to have been fought a long time ago. There were some who weren't. But who could it be? Everyone found something, except Suyu, who found nothing. Seeing that everyone had almost digested the remnants, he said, "It's time to go." Everyone split up and search each room. Whatever you find will depend on your own fate. If you run into danger, that's your fate. They had already arrived at the holy land of martial arts of the Taichu Temple, so it would be a shame if they did not gain anything. As for Suyu, he sat cross-legged on the platform and prepared to rest. His heart was filled with endless fatigue. Faintly, he was about to fall into a deep slumber. Right now, he was relying on his willpower to persevere. Persevere until all living beings have crossed the abyss. But he didn't expect, the moment Suyu sat on the platform, all kinds of secret techniques in his body were automatically released. The first was the human clan's divine physique, followed by the 8 domains, and then the various secret techniques he had learned in his life. From the blue sky underworld to the heaven's sun gazing at air, when he first entered the martial path. Without exception, all of them were released. But what was even more shocking was yet to come. As soon as the secret technique appeared, all the carvings on the platform were activated. Every notch turned into a blurry residual shadow, fighting against the secret technique displayed by Suyu. Suyu was dazzled and surprised by the sight. The competition between the moves was very fast. Almost every time they exchanged blows, they would switch to another secret technique. And once Suyu's secret technique failed, it would disappear completely, just like that. After half an hour, Suyu was left with only one secret technique left on the platform. It was a secret technique that Suyu had never thought of, the heaven's sun gazing at air. Even the human clan's divine physique and the 8 domains were defeated by a certain tyrannical existence's precious technique. Only the heaven's sun gazing at air remained standing, defeating all the remnant marks one by one. The heaven's sun gazing at air. Suyu himself was stunned. The sinful lady beside him was even more surprised. She had fought with Suyu many times and felt that the human clan's divine physique was the greatest threat. The other techniques, including the heaven's sun gazing at air, were not worth mentioning at all. How could it defeat all the remnant marks? Unbelievable! The sinful lady exclaimed. Your heaven's sun gazing at air has defeated all the remnant marks left by the powerful beings since ancient times. Isn't this impossible? There were countless eras since ancient times, and there were countless powerful beings. It was even possible that there were beings who surpassed the human ancestor. For example, the master of the remnant technique that defeated the human clan's divine physique must have been shockingly powerful, comparable to the human ancestor. However, the heaven's sun gazing at air could defeat their remnant marks. It was unbelievable. Suyu's heart thumped with excitement. The heaven's sun gazing at air came from the bronze plate. Just now, many peerless powerful beings had actually touched the platform, but Suyu had not encountered such an encounter. Could it be that everything was related to the bronze plate? Suyu took out the half of the bronze plate that he had. He looked around and found that there was no inlay, so he placed it on the platform. An unexpected scene appeared. All the remnant marks on the platform were converging towards the half of the bronze plate. Those remnant marks carried some particles from the platform. As they gathered, the particles converged into a block, and the block condensed into a plate. That was it. Suyu watched as the broken part of the bronze plate was mended, and there was another half of it. When all the remnant marks had been absorbed, the bronze plate was completely formed. This is the complete bronze plate? The sinful lady blinked her eyes, unable to hide her surprise. Suyu also felt incredible. He had imagined what the other half of the bronze plate looked like. Most of all, the other half was also a bronze plate. However, he never thought of it. The other half of the bronze plate turned out to be the remnant marks of the martial holy land of the Taichu Temple. Looking carefully, Countless tiny remnant marks appeared on the other half of the bronze plate. There were as many as tens of thousands of them. Each of them represented the top secret technique of a certain race. The other half of the bronze plate contained the top techniques of all the races in the world. One could imagine how precious it was. If it was known, it would definitely cause a worldwide uproar. If the Holy Mountain knew about it, they would destroy it at all costs, because its existence would undoubtedly enhance the overall strength of all the races, and it was a great threat to the races that ruled them. But Su Yu was not most concerned about them. He was concerned about how to communicate with the realm of returning through the bronze plate. He looked left and right, but he did not see any clues. The two bronze plates were combined, but there was no obvious change. The golden ancient book that the chess boy once gave me clearly stated that the bronze plate was the divine tablet of the returning ruins that suppressed the realm of returning. Later, it was destroyed by the chaos and disappeared. One of the pieces fell into the hands of the former soul dominator. He did not expect the other piece to be in the martial Holy Land. It must have been hidden in the martial Holy Land by the Taichu Taoist master or some other powerful person. Only when the two bronze plates met would it emerge from the Holy Land. Chapter 2869. The Golden Ancient Book had said that mastering the refining method would allow one to master the ultimate divine tablet. What Su Yu lacked now was to refine it and make it his own. If he succeeded, he might be able to discover the secret of its connection to the ultimate world. He felt reassured. He heaved a sigh of relief. The bronze plate, no, the ultimate divine tablet, had finally been restored. He was one step closer to saving Xiener, Xie Xiaoye, and the little Kailin. Holy Body Su, I found an independent courtyard with a very strange tree inside. Come and have a look. A peerless expert came out of a spacious training room excitedly. Really? Hearing this, the other peerless mighty figures and living beings stopped searching for treasures one after another and entered that independent secret room. Su Yu also rushed over. There was another world in this training room. This painting was connected to another place. Through the painting, a huge ancient tree in the shape of a small boat could be seen swaying in the painting. That must be the leaf they were looking for. Soon, Yun Yazi came over. He looked at an ancient book and said happily, "It's this. This is it." However, after the previous lessons, everyone was very cautious. They did not enter the painting without permission. Su Yu was very pleased. "Some of you go in, some stay," Su Yu said. Yun Yazi and the Demon Emperor said, "We stay, the rest go in and pick as many leaves as possible." There were many of them, so 1 or 2 leaves might not be enough. "Follow me." Su Yu waved his sleeves and led the others into the painting. After testing and confirming that there was no danger in the world of the painting, they came under the ancient tree and began to pick the leaves. The leaves were picked off one by one. The whole process was very smooth. In fact, it was uncomfortably smooth. The heaven-splitting ancestor looked around from time to time and frowned. "Is there a problem here?" He did not see the trap set by the Lord of Nirvana. Su Yu looked around vigilantly. There should be no trap. Continue picking. Soon the last leaf was picked off. The ancient tree was bare. "Let's go back immediately," Su Yu said immediately. Since the task was completed, it was better not to stay in such an unstable, independent space. However, when they tried to go back, they were shocked. The way back had actually disappeared. "What's going on?" Patriarch Sky-Splitting looked around. Did the spatial exit move? Every space had its own entrance and exit. There were no exceptions. The spatial exit should be somewhere else. If he searched carefully, he should be able to find it. However, even after searching for a long time, a hint of uneasiness appeared on his face. He still couldn't find the exit. There's no need to look for it. There really isn't a space exit in this place. Su Yu slowly opened his eyes. He had tested it with his space domain. There was no spatial exit here. That's impossible. There's no such thing as a completely sealed spatial exit, Patriarch Skysplitting said. Any space is created by human beings. Just like a balloon, no matter what, there would always be a hole. Suyu said gravely, "You have forgotten about another space, the real world." What? Heaven-splitting Patriarch trembled violently. There was no one in the true world who did not know him. Their dream was to create their own true world and become an existence that could control their own fate. The real world, on the other hand, was a completely sealed space without any exit. The real world of this place must have been set up so that people can only enter but not leave, Suyu murmured. If I'm not mistaken, the ancient tree in our hands is fake. Heaven-splitting Patriarch looked down. What he could not accept was that the leaves that he had painstakingly picked had all withered. Those were not leaves at all. It's the Nirvana Master. He has been deceiving us from the beginning. We have been fooled. Heaven-splitting Patriarch finally came to his senses. The ancient tree in the painting was a bait set up by the Nirvana Master to lure them into it. In the end, there was nothing left. No. Suyu was still calm. He said, "We are not the ones who have been fooled, but the Nirvana Master." Suyu's lips curled into a cold smile. In the outside world, the Demon Emperor and Yunyazi were shocked to find that Suyu and Heaven-splitting Patriarch were trapped inside. Oh no, they seemed to be in trouble. The Demon Emperor squinted his eyes. Right at that moment, a gloomy voice came from a corner. The two of them looked sideways. The space in the corner vibrated, and a man walked out with his hands clasped behind his back. He was none other than the Nirvana Master. "It's you!" The two of them immediately realized that this was a trap set up by the Nirvana Master. First, Suyu, who posed the greatest threat, was trapped in the painting. Then he attacked them without hesitation and killed the Almighties one by one. "You too. You have caused me so much trouble." The Nirvana Master's eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. Thanks to them, his heavenly quartz battleships had all been destroyed. His life's work had been destroyed. Of course, he had to vent his hatred on the two of them. If they had not protected Suyu, he would not be here today. "Nirvana Master, let them go." The two of them shouted in unison. The Nirvana Master's eyes were cold. "You should be worried about yourselves now." His eyes were filled with ruthlessness as he attacked the two of them at the same time. The two of them were shocked at first. The Nirvana Master's ruthlessness was unimaginable. However, after losing half of his faith, the Nirvana Master's strength was greatly reduced. Yunyazi and the Demon Emperor were shocked. They immediately calmed down and fought with the Nirvana Master. Both of their cultivations were extremely powerful. When they attacked, the world was turned upside down. Fortunately, this was the Taichu Palace. Such an intense battle did not harm a single brick or tile in this place. The two of them fought back and forth. After a long stalemate, the Nirvana Master finally came out on top. With the thread of faith, he severely injured the two of them. In the end, he found an opening and tore Yunyazi's chest. "Tian Shu Dao Master!" The Demon Emperor roared angrily. He fought the Nirvana Master fearlessly with his demonic energy. However, the two of them could not defeat the Nirvana Master even if they joined forces. Moreover, they were alone. The Nirvana Master immediately twisted his head off. The Demon Emperor's huge body twisted a few times before he lost all ability to move. The Nirvana Master let out a breath of turbid air and looked at the painting on the wall with a cold smile. Suyu and the heaven-splitting ancestor were completely unaware of what was happening outside. "You will be trapped in there forever. You will never be able to come out." The Nirvana Master laughed and walked away with his hands clasped behind his back. He took a step forward. Logically speaking, with his cultivation, he could travel infinitely far with a single step. However, with this step, he returned to his original spot. The corpses of Yunyazi and the Demon Emperor were still beneath his feet. What happened? The Nirvana Master's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling. Right at that moment. Chapter 2870. The Nirvana master had always been cunning. Upon hearing Su Yu's words, he knew that he had fallen into a trap. He immediately teleported in another direction. However, when he teleported again, he returned to the same place. Unable to believe it, he tried to break through in different directions. The result was the same. Everyone returned to the same place. "What did you do?" The Nirvana master asked in shock. Su Yu, who was in the painting, smiled faintly. "I gave them a taste of their own medicine, of course." A painting within a painting? He seemed to have understood something. He looked down at the corpses of Yun Yazi and the Demon Emperor. However, to his surprise, the corpses of the two quickly decayed and dissolved. At the same time, the surroundings were also dissolving. He watched helplessly as the individual cultivation room he was in gradually turned into a beautiful grassland with beautiful scenery. In the center of the grassland, there was a giant tree swaying in the wind. The tree was covered with leaves of a small boat. The Nirvana master's expression changed drastically. A hint of fear and panic rippled in his eyes. The painting in front of him also dissolved in the end. Su Yu smiled faintly. "Stay here forever and reflect on your mistakes." "No." As the painting disappeared, the Nirvana master threw himself at it and let out an indignant roar. However, what he threw himself at was just an illusion. Looking at the sealed world around him, the Nirvana master roared like a madman. This was the real world of the Taichu Path Master. He could not understand why he had tricked Su Yu and the others into entering the painting. Why was he the one trapped in the real world? In the outside world, Yun Yazi, the Demon Emperor, and the heaven-splitting ancestor were shocked. Their dazed and lifeless eyes regained clarity. Yun Yazi and the Demon Emperor could not help but look at their own bodies. "What happened? Didn't I die just now?" The Demon Emperor said in shock. Yun Yazi looked at Su Yu with a hint of horror on his face. The heaven-splitting ancestor stared blankly at the painting on the wall in front of him. In the painting, the Nirvana master was roaring and struggling. "What is going on?" the heaven-splitting ancestor murmured. Su Yu's face turned pale. "This is my latest soul secret technique. This technique originated from the remnant marks on the Ultimate Ruins Divine Monument. One of them had been left behind by a top-notch expert of a race called the Soul Clan a long time ago. He had used his soul power to create a supreme illusion. To confuse the real with the fake, to confuse the ages, no one could avoid this. As the owner of the real realm, so you could tell that it was a real realm when they arrived in front of it. Once they entered, they would not be able to leave. Therefore, he speculated that the ancient tree inside was definitely a trap set by the Lord of Nirvana, and the Lord of Nirvana was definitely nearby. Hence, he decided to beat him at his own game. Rather than being constantly schemed against by the Nirvana master, it was better to lure the snake out of its hole and get rid of it completely. Therefore, he used the soul secret technique in the remnant mark to create an illusion to confuse everyone. The heaven-splitting ancestor thought that he and Su Yu had entered the painting, but in fact he was standing there motionless. The Devil Emperor and Yun Yazi thought that they had fought a great battle with the Lord of Nirvana and died in battle, but in reality they hadn't even moved a finger. As for the Lord of Nirvana, he thought that he had succeeded in his scheme and appeared from his hiding place, but in reality he was walking towards the painting. It had to be said that the secret soul technique was very powerful. Even someone as powerful as the Lord of Nirvana did not notice it. After they understood the cause and effect, Yun Yazi and the others instantly felt that it was inconceivable. The secret soul technique of the ancestors was extremely frightening indeed. When they noticed the Lord of Nirvana, who was trapped in the real world, they were extremely delighted. This insidious thing has finally suffered the consequences of his own actions. The Devil Emperor laughed heartily. From now on, he would stay in the painting for the rest of his life, never to come out again. Let's go. Actually, Su Yu still had a way to deal a fatal blow to the Lord of Nirvana. However, his consciousness was getting more and more exhausted. If he didn't pave the final path for the common people, he wouldn't have another chance. The group left the training room and started searching for the land of leaves again. Soon after, the Devil Emperor found the real ancient tree. This tree had been hidden by a formation, so no one had discovered it when they were searching just now. The person who had hidden it was undoubtedly the Lord of Nirvana. Su Yu and the others immediately plucked all the leaves and left the Taichu Palace to reunite with the common people. At this moment, the common people were scattered in the Tao Abyss, looking for their own opportunities. It was very chaotic. Su Yu furrowed his brows. Reunite with them and get ready to leave. Little did they know in the Taichu Palace, from a certain corner, a figure suddenly appeared and headed straight for the secret cultivation room where the Nirvana Lord was. He wore a bamboo hat and hid his aura very well. Looking at the painting on the wall, he took off the bamboo hat and revealed Gu Taishu's face. "Haha, Lord of Nirvana, to think you would have such a day." It turned out that Gu Taishu had been mingling with the common people and had followed Su Yu to the island. Moreover, he had observed everything that was happening in the Taichu Palace through a secret technique. When he found out that the Lord of Nirvana was sealed in the real world, he was wild with joy. He tried his best to sneak in. He chuckled and took down the painting. He licked his lips excitedly and said, "I'll accept everything you have." With a cold smile, he put on the bamboo hat again and blended into the crowd. When he hurried back, Su Yu had almost reunited with the common people. Looking at Su Yu, who was commanding the people, Gu Taishu felt complicated. Compared to Su Yu, the difference between him and Su Yu was like heaven and earth. When Su Yu looked at him, he immediately lowered his head and continued to hide. Su Yu stood on the high platform and glanced at the people. His eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "There is one more person among us." Gu Taishu's heart thumped wildly when he heard this. What kind of eyesight was Su Yu? There were countless people in the crowd. How could he tell that there was one more person? Gu Taishu's heart sank as he thought of Su Yu's incredible calculation abilities. He would find me soon. Gu Taishu was anxious. What should I do? What should I do? I will be exposed soon. He continued to hide, hoping that even if there were many people, he might not be able to find me. Right at that moment, Su Yu said coldly, "Most of the people here have been instilled with my chaotic energy. So, don't waste time on this person who has snuck into the crowd. It will be easy to find you." Gu Taishu's heart thumped. He had almost forgotten. His chaotic energy was instilled by Qing Yin. It was completely different from the chaotic energy instilled by Su Yu. Su Yu could obviously sense the change in the number of people. As long as he carefully investigated the people instilled by Qing Yin, he would be found soon. While his mind was in a mess, Su Yu's eyes sharpened. "Since you don't want to show yourself, I will really have to find you." An unknown person had snuck into the crowd. This was no small matter. He must not be careless. Just as Gu Taishu's psychological defense was about to be broken, a smelly old man with a sack draped over his shoulders said in a hoarse voice, "There is no need to look, it's me." Chapter 2871. The people around them parted immediately. Gu Taishu was also surprised. He immediately lowered his head and stepped aside. He thought that the extra person was him. He didn't expect there to be someone else. But that wasn't right. Where did this person come from? Gu Taishu sized him up discreetly and discovered that he was extremely skinny. His spirit was dispirited and listless, and he seemed to be in dire straits. He looked like a starving man who had been imprisoned for a long time. Su Yu cast his gaze over and sized him up in surprise as well. The people in the inner abyss had abundant resources. How could someone be so miserable? "Who are you?" Su Yu stared at him, his eyes flickering. For some reason, the 8 realms he had mastered were resonating with each other. The old man in linen walked forward and took off the linen cloth on his head, revealing an extremely old head. He said hoarsely, "I am the 9th realm master you have been looking for." Su Yu's pupils constricted. The ninth realm master. To be honest, he wasn't surprised. Before coming to the Taichu temple, he had been thinking about where the ninth realm master who had escaped into the Taichu temple was. When he realized there was one more person among them, Su Yu had guessed it. It was probably the ninth realm master who was hiding. Su Yu stared at him, his eyes deep. Why didn't you leave? The ninth realm master had been here for many years. Why didn't he leave? How could I leave? The ninth realm master laughed bitterly. Upon closer inspection, the crowd realized there was no chaotic aura on the ninth realm master. What happened to you? Su Yu's eyes narrowed. He looked at the ninth realm master carefully, trying to find traces of the ninth realm on him. But he found nothing. There wasn't even a trace of cultivation. I was betrayed by my own realm. The ninth realm master said shocking words. He was betrayed by his own realm? Was this a joke? Even the powerful Du Ming, who had traversed 2 eras, was shocked and in disbelief. You must be joking. How could a realm betray itself? The heaven-splitting ancestor's eyes widened. He had lived for so long and had never heard of such a thing. The ninth realm master looked at Su Yu and smiled bitterly. Whether it's true or not, Holy Su should know. Everyone looked at Su Yu. Su Yu was silent for a long time. He didn't have the power of the realm on him, but whether the realm betrayed him or not is unknown. After all, the domain could be taken away. Moreover, he found it hard to believe that the domain would betray him. This was simply absurd. The old man said bitterly, I was too greedy and gathered the 9 great domains in one body. I didn't expect that after the 9 great domains merged into one, it actually fused into an unimaginable existence. Su Yu's heart moved. He suddenly believed the old man's words. That was because the remnant marks on the sinkhole ruined divine steel that contained information about the 8 domains had all disappeared. Why did the 8 domains on the martial arts sacred land disappear? The old man said helplessly, It's the work of the 9 great domains. It has developed its own intelligence and won't allow another existence comparable to itself to appear. So it won't allow the 8 great domains to exist in this world. Therefore, I erased all traces of the 8 domains on the platform. Sure enough, it was impossible for there to be no remnants of the 8 domains. It was just that someone had purposely taken them away. However, Su Yu was thinking about the 9th master. Who would have thought that it would be the 9th hegemon's fusion domain? As he spoke, the 9th hegemon looked at Su Yu and said meaningfully, The power of the fusion domain is extraordinary. If you encounter it, you will most likely die. I advise you to be careful. Su Yu and the ancient god Jilong were rare existences in this world who had mastered the 8 great domains. The fusion domain didn't want a second Su Yu to appear. If he found out about the existence of Su Yu and the ancient god Jilong, he would try his best to get rid of Su Yu. How powerful is it? Su Yu asked. The power of the 8 great domains combined was barely satisfactory. So what if the 9 great domains combined? It couldn't be that powerful. It's probably about the same as the ancient god Jilong in the abyss. Unexpectedly, the 9th hegemon said something that was extremely shocking. Are you sure you aren't lying? Su Yu squinted his eyes. The 9th hegemon smiled bitterly. Of course not. The fusion domain not only has the 9 great domains, but it also absorbed the remnant marks left by the Taichu Taoist master in the martial arts sacred land. The people were in an uproar. Many peerless almighties were even more shocked. The martial arts sacred land has the remnant marks of the Taichu Taoist master? The 9th hegemon nodded. Of course. When the Taichu Taoist master first met the heroes of the world, he demonstrated his martial path in the martial arts sacred land, leaving behind a remnant mark that was passed down to future generations. Later on, many powerful beings have received invitations to go and observe that remnant mark, said Yi Zichen. It is said that that remnant mark is the ancestor of all techniques. All the divine techniques of the various clans were derived from that remnant mark. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. Even Suyu couldn't help but gasp. The ancestor of all techniques. All the ancestors' domains, divine techniques, and even the 9 great domains came from the remnant mark left by the Taichu Taoist master? You can imagine how powerful it is, the 9th hegemon said. Now, the fusion domain has that remnant mark, and its power is almost the same as that of the ancient god Jilong. That's because he hasn't completely mastered the remnant mark. Once he does, he didn't continue because Zhongren could already imagine it. How powerful would the fusion domain be if it carried the ancestor of all techniques? You couldn't help but touch the returning ruins' divine steel in his arms. In a sense, the remnant mark on a returning ruin's divine steel should be able to compete with the ancestor of all techniques. After all, it was a collection of all the peak secret techniques from countless eras. Can you tell me what the 9th realm is? Why did it develop its own intelligence after the fusion? Suyu asked. The fusion of the 8 great domains didn't happen in such a strange way. After a long silence, the 9th hegemon said, slowly, nothing. Nothing? The peerless Almighty's frowned. I asked you what kind of domain it was. Why did you say nothing? However, Suyu waved his hand and interrupted him. The 9th realm is nothing. The 9th hegemon sighed. That's right, it is nothing. Nothing means blankness. Everything is possible. It can transform into any domain you want. The 9th hegemon revealed a shocking secret. The heaven-splitting ancestor was stunned. So, it won't be a problem to transform into the other 8 great domains? The 9th hegemon nodded. Yes, in a sense, I can replace all of the 8 great masters. Hiss! Everyone gasped again. Compared to the other 8 great domains, the 9th realm, nothing was like cheating. However, it's precisely because of nothing that it has infinite possibilities. After fusing with the other 8 great domains, it developed intelligence and betrayed me. The old man was extremely lonely. It was because of this that he was trapped on the island. He didn't eat, drink, or replenish his power. Chapter 2872. That was why he was in such dire straits. If Suyu and the others had not come, he would have been trapped on the island. Fortunately, you ran away quickly. Otherwise, you would have ended up like the other 8 masters, Yunyazi said slowly. Everyone finally understood. The other 8 masters had all had their fortunes plundered by the ancient god Jilong. As a result, their domain power was halved. But the 9th master was different. When he saw that the situation was not good, he escaped first. What he obtained was the most complete domain. It was conceivable. Wu was far more powerful than the other 8 domains. After merging with the other 8 domains, it was entirely possible for it to develop intelligence. What Suyu cared about the most was whether he could find it. He wanted to obtain Wu and forge the real divine 9-dragon cauldron with the 9 domains. He wanted to forge a true doctrine artifact that belonged to him. Do you still have a connection with it? Yes. The 9th master was very sure. He knew Suyu's intentions. Protect me, and I will find Wu for you. Right now he had nothing. It was good enough to be alive. He did not dare to ask for more. All right, follow me to the 9-star civilization. Su, you looked at the other side of the island. At the end of the Dark Abyss Road was a swirling 9-colored vortex. Entering the vortex meant entering the 9-star civilization. That was the last civilization of the Great Beginning Realm. It was the place where the grudge between Suyu and the Emperor would finally be resolved. The group of people put down the leaf boat. The abyss water was a terrible thing. Even a peerless Almighty could be turned into ashes if they touched it. But the leaf was safe and sound. Everyone was finally relieved and jumped onto the boat. Suyu boarded a leaf boat with the help of the sinful girl. Countless living beings steered the small boats and sailed toward the nine-colored vortex. They were heading toward the legendary final destination of the great beginning realm, the nine-star civilization. Suyu sat on the leaf. He sighed. 200 years had passed, and he had finally reached the final step. He could not help but look back at the great beginning palace. But at a glance he was surprised to find a chessboard was carved on the back of the great beginning palace. It was filled with stars. The black and white chess pieces displayed an incomparably vast pattern. A chessboard? Suyu recognized it immediately. That was the youth whom they had met twice, currently playing chess. Why was it carved in the hall of the Taichu Tao Lord? What was the relationship between the young man and the Taichu Taoist master? In the midst of bewilderment, the Taichu temple was getting further and further away. It's also getting more and more blurry. It was far away because the leaf boat was moving away from the Taichu temple. It was fuzzy because Su Yu's consciousness could not bear it any longer and was about to sink into oblivion. He gritted his teeth and persevered until now. Finally, he could no longer endure it. His eyelids kept drooping. The sinful lady sensed Su Yu's unusual state, so she kept calling out to him. However, Su Yu had really tried his best. He used the last of his strength and said, "I tried my best." He was too tired. He had never been so tired in his life. His consciousness quickly sank into darkness. The sinful girl's shouts seemed to be isolated from him. In the darkness, Su Yu heard a bone-chilling knocking sound. That would be a nightmare for Su Yu. His surroundings gradually became clearer. He had once again returned to the sealed secret room. Not far away, a stone statue with its back facing him was relentlessly knocking on the stone wall, trying to knock it open. Suddenly, the statue stopped. She stood where she was, motionless. Su Yu held his breath, but his heart could not help but beat wildly. Even with his temperament, he could not help but lie to himself that the statue could not see him. Roar! Suddenly, a ferocious female face appeared in front of Su Yu. Her face was full of cracks, looking sinister and terrifying. With a mouth full of sharp teeth, she suddenly pounced on him. Su Yu shuddered in fear. Before he could dodge, his neck was grabbed by a pair of powerful hands. Moreover, the grip was getting tighter and tighter. "Give me back my heart! Give me back my heart!" The stone statue screamed crazily, its face becoming more and more ferocious. Its hands were getting tighter and tighter. Su Yu could barely breathe. He tried his best to pry open the stone statue's hands, but this place seemed to be the real world controlled by the stone statue. He could not use the power of the heavenly lawmaster at all. He was like a mortal being pinched by the statue, unable to resist. In his ears he heard the shrill shouts again and again, "Give me back my heart!" After roaring innumerable times, the stone statue suddenly lowered its head and stared at Su Yu's heart. Its eyes were filled with shock. Then it pulled out a stone hand. The palm turned into a ghostly claw at a speed visible to the naked eye. Titter! Its sharp fingers pierced into Su Yu's chest, grabbing the heart of Prince Mirrorflower. "My heart! My heart!" Crash! With a pull of its palm, it dug out the bloody heart. Its face was filled with deep ecstasy. Su Yu felt his body rapidly losing its life force, and it began to solidify into stone. On the other hand, the stone statue of Prince Mirrorflower, after obtaining the heart, its stone body began to recover its flesh and blood. Su Yu saw this and remembered what Qing Yin had said. If Prince Mirrorflower were to be resurrected one day, it would be from the heart. Now, in the darkness, he was his own soul, and the stone statue of Prince Mirrorflower in front of him was her soul. His soul petrified was equivalent to death, and the petrified dead soul of Prince Mirrorflower began to resurrect. If everything went according to plan, when he was completely petrified and the stone statue of Prince Mirrorflower turned into flesh and blood, she would be able to control Su Yu's body. Su Yu wanted to stop it, but there was no way to resist here. He could only watch as he slowly petrified and Prince Mirrorflower gradually recovered into a beautiful woman of flesh and blood. She let go of Suyu and laughed up to the sky. I am finally resurrected. Finally resurrected. Prince Mirrorflower laughed up to the sky. I really want to thank you for hiding my heart in your body. If her heart was still that stone without entering the body of a living creature, how could she occupy the body and resurrect? Although the Demon Emperor had saved Suyu, he had inadvertently buried a great hidden danger that he did not know about. The release of Prince Mirrorflower. I will occupy your body now, find the other fragments, and completely resurrect. Prince Mirrorflower laughed. His body slowly dissipated into the darkness. Prince Mirrorflower's soul had already gone to control the body. Suyu could only look at his petrified body. Now only a pair of eyes were left, still struggling to resist the petrification. The rest of his body had become a stone man. In the outside world, the sinful girl hugged Suyu, crying sadly. But suddenly, she seemed to sense something and immediately let go of Suyu's body and retreated far away. Who? Who are you? Her eyes were surging with fear. Chapter 2873. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Why doesn't the vessel know how to greet me when it sees me? The sinful lady trembled violently. However, it was not because of fear, but because of grief and indignation. Where is Suyu? What did you do to him? Jinghua, Tianzi smiled. Suyu has disappeared from this world for eternity. He smiled. Suyu's body was engulfed in a layer of flames, which burned his male body into ashes. Amidst the raging flames, a brand new woman's body reappeared. It was the exact same body as the sinful girl, Xia Jingyu and Qingyan. It was just that she was more graceful and beautiful. She was dressed in a luxurious dress and exuded a dignified aura. She was like the supreme goddess of Brahma, causing others to prostrate themselves in reverence. Looking at her long-lost body, Mirrorflower Heavenly Prince smiled. I'm finally back. But just a little bit more. Her current body was only formed from a portion of her heart. She still lacked 3 other parts of her body. Coincidentally, 2 of them were right in front of him. One of them was in Suyu's space storage device. The things that had once belonged to the sinful lady were taken out by Prince Xiaoyao's clone. Later on, when Prince Xiaoyao's clone was killed by Suyu, all of those things naturally fell into Suyu's hands. The other piece was in Qingyan's body. She only needed to move her hands, and she would be able to get it. Take it slow. There's no rush. Mirrorflower Heavenly Prince was excited. He prepared to take out one of the spatial storage devices. Then he took out Qingyan's. This place was above the abyss. How could Qingyan escape? Open. Jinghua Tianzi wiped Suyu's space storage device's seal with her finger. Then he opened it. With a sweep of his gaze, he immediately discovered the rock that was his body. He was about to take it out. Suddenly, Mirrorflower Heavenly Prince's eyes focused on an ancient bronze plate. She calmed herself down, thinking that she was seeing things. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that he wasn't mistaken. Ah, that's... She screamed and retracted her soul in fear. She saw something she absolutely did not want to see. The sinkhole of the sinkhole. In fact, he didn't even want his own body and just wanted his soul back. He decisively threw the entire spatial storage device into the abyss. He wanted to use the abyssal water to destroy the spatial storage device along with everything inside. However, he threw it halfway. The spatial storage device hovered in the air and froze. At the same time, a dazzling bronze light was released from the storage device. When the light shone on the sinful girl, she did not feel anything. However, when the light shone on Mirrorflower Heavenly Prince's body, thick green smoke came out of her body. Mirrorflower Heavenly Prince screamed in horror. No, I don't want to go back. Under the illumination of the bronze light, his soul quickly disappeared from his body. Then he was forced back into the dark secret room. No, Mirrorflower Heaven's soul was unwilling to give up and tried to regain control of her body. However, the bronze light slammed down and suppressed Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower's soul in the secret chamber. Under the effect of that power, his soul began to petrify once again. On the contrary, Su Yu's petrified body started to recover. Ah, no, no. Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower struggled desperately. However, it was useless. She watched helplessly as she turned back into a stone man. As for Su Yu, his flesh and blood had recovered. Su Yu shook his head, not understanding what was going on in front of him. However, Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower was suppressed. How could he let go of this opportunity? He immediately snatched back the heart from Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower's hand and inserted it into his body. He looked up at the bronze light. Su Yu found that at the end of the light there was a dazzling brightness. It seemed that by following the light, his consciousness could leave the dark secret chamber and return to the outside world. Immediately, he clumsily followed the bronze light and slowly crawled out. In the outside world, the sinful girl was still in shock. She stared blankly at Su Yu's space storage device, which slowly fell on the chest of Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower's body. It constantly released the bronze light, suppressing Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower's soul. She did not dare to act rashly and could only temporarily protect it. At this time, countless leaves finally arrived at the 9-color vortex and entered it one after another. The sinful girl held her breath, tightly hugged Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower's body, and passed through the 9-colored world. After a burst of heat, it seemed that there was a hot current passing through the surface of her body. When everything calmed down, she opened her eyes. What came into view was a beautiful scene that she had not seen for a long time. The sky was blue, and white clouds were leisurely, one after another. Huge shattered stars hung in the sky. The spiritual energy of the 8-star civilization was 100 times more than that of the 8-star civilization. The precious demonic beasts and spiritual herbs of the 8-star civilization were everywhere like weeds. Is this the 9-star civilization? Someone couldn't help but cry. This was the 9-star civilization that they had dreamed of. It was so beautiful. Everything was the most beautiful thing in their dreams. The demon emperor couldn't help but be excited. Suddenly, he looked at the ground and found a pitch-black ancient tree. He said in surprise, 10,000 demon divine wood. This is something that has been extinct in the 8-star civilization. How can it grow here? The heaven-splitting ancestor followed his gaze and frowned. Demon Emperor, are you crazy with joy? That is obviously a fairy wood. The demon emperor pointed his finger and said angrily, You are crazy. I am talking about this one. The heaven-splitting ancestor was surprised. I am talking about this one. Huh. The demon emperor was stunned and said, Heaven-splitting, now is not the time to joke. The heaven-splitting ancestor said hurriedly, Am I kidding? I am looking at an ancient fairy wood. It is definitely not the 10,000 demon divine wood. They were all old monsters who had lived for countless years. They wouldn't make such a low-level mistake, like recognizing something wrong. Gradually, they weren't the only ones who were confused. All of them. It was the same thing, but different people saw different things. Is this a situation unique to the 9-star civilization? The heaven-splitting ancestor was confused. The 8-star civilization had never had any records of the 9-star civilization. They didn't understand it at all. Even the books that Yun Yazi knew didn't have any records of it. However, he was certain. This is definitely not normal. We might not have come from the 9-star civilization. Not. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They had gone through so many hardships, but they weren't from the 9-star civilization? At this moment, a faint mocking voice floated down from the 9 heavens. I can tell you responsibly that you are from the 9-star civilization. Rumble, a golden light spread. Everyone's pupils constricted. A scene that made them feel despair appeared. 500 sacred mountains formed a line and slowly descended. They surrounded all of them, sacred mountains. The heaven-splitting ancestor felt his throat go dry. Chapter 2874. Why would the sacred mountain appear here? Moreover, they were already prepared to intercept them? Could it be that everything was a conspiracy? Within the sacred mountain, a golden light flashed, and a stone statue walked out. With a crown on his head, he looked down at the beings of nothingness and said, "You must be very surprised that everyone sees a different 9-star civilization, right?" I can answer you. The demon emperor and the others were very cautious. They did not believe that the sacred mountain would explain to them out of goodwill. However, they could not hold back their curiosity. "Because you don't understand the 9-star civilization at all." The stone statue sighed. "Don't understand?" How could they not understand? The 9-star civilization was the only place that did not need to be repeatedly destroyed by the sacred mountain. It was prosperous, and nurtured countless powerful races. It was the holy land that the beings of nothingness dreamed of. All beings of any era desired to enter the 9-star civilization. They were no exception. As if reading their minds, the stone statue said hoarsely, "The 9-star civilization is no longer the 9-star civilization you imagined. Open your eyes and see everything clearly." At the same time, the sacred mountain released a blinding golden light. In the end, under the illumination, what was reflected in their eyes was actually a gloomy, dilapidated, dark, and decaying land. The blue sky, the white clouds, the beautiful stars, the peerless spirit herbs, all disappeared. The different worlds that everyone had seen had all dispersed. Their eyes finally saw the same scene, an oppressive and destroyed existence. This is the 9-star civilization? Even Yunyazi could not believe it. This was the beautiful 9-star civilization in their hearts. Yes, the stone statue confirmed. Yunyazi could not accept it and said, "Then what about the different worlds we saw just now?" He was suspicious. The stone statue said hoarsely, "What you saw was a scene from a different era here. Therefore, different people saw different scenes." This, the beings of nothingness could not understand. The stone statue said slowly, "Simply put, the space-time is distorted and the past eras are superimposed." Space-time distorted? The span of space-time was too terrifying. Why is this happening? They could not understand. The stone statue said, "Because the absolute beginning realm is about to collapse and the space-time order is affected. That is why the situation of the past eras appeared today." What? The stone statue's words shocked everyone. The great beginning realm was going to be destroyed? They could believe the destruction of an 8-star civilization. But if the great beginning realm was destroyed, they couldn't believe it. Impossible. The absolute beginning realm has existed since ancient times. Why would it collapse? Yunyazi asked. The stone statue chuckled and shook its head. "There are too many secrets that none of you understand. There's no point in talking about it." The demon emperor's eyes flickered as he stared at him. "Then who are you?" No matter how one looked at it, the old man did not seem like an ordinary person. "Me." The stone statue smiled. "Let me introduce myself. I'm the clone of the first heavenly son." What? Heavenly son, or a clone of the first heavenly son? Among the sacred mountain heavenly sons, there were also differences in strength. For example, the one ranked last was the 9-tailed emperor. As for the first son of heaven, he was the most mysterious and terrifying of all the sons of heaven. It was said that he had never fought before. Even when the human ancestor attacked the sacred mountain back then, he did not make a move. The only record was that there had been internal strife between the heavenly sons. They fought each other. The last one was the first son of heaven. He single-handedly suppressed the other 9 emperors and prevented the emperors from killing each other. The depth of his strength was unfathomable. The stone elder in front of him was actually the first heavenly disciple's clone. Everyone had despair on their faces. His strength was probably not inferior to an heavenly son. How could they resist such an existence? If I wanted to destroy you, I would have done so long ago. Why would I wait until now? Cheongchi laughed hoarsely. Yun Yazi and the others were puzzled. Why did you kill us when we were at the 8-star civilization, but stop when we are at the 9-star civilization? Cheongchi said meaningfully, You will understand very soon. All of you follow me. The demon emperor and the others were hesitant. How could they be willing to follow the sacred mountain that was their mortal enemy not long ago? Moreover, they did not believe that Cheongchi had any good intentions. After all, the battle between them had really happened. They had destroyed many sacred mountains and killed countless descendants of the heavenly sons. How could the hatred between them be resolved? There would definitely be danger on this trip. However, with Cheongchi in front of them, they had no choice. Yun Yazi's eyes flashed. He took out a small golden bookshelf. That was Yun Yazi's Tao artifact. He had never used it publicly. Its function was to turn a person into a book. It could turn a person into a book, hide in the bookshelf, and disappear from the world. With Cheongchi's power, no concealment method could be hidden. Only this Tao artifact could be tried. He secretly activated the Tao artifact. 2 beams of golden light shot out from the bookshelf, enveloping Su Yu and the sinful girl at the same time. With a crash, the 2 of them turned into 2 books and fell to the ground. Then, he silently followed the others and left. Before leaving, he said to the black book that the sinful girl had turned into, Take care of Su Yu. Cheongchi sensed something and turned to look at Yun Yazi. However, he did not find anything special and left. 2 books, 1 black and 1 white, were left where they were. Yun Yazi and the others followed the sacred mountain and stepped into the gloomy sky. Soon, they left the sky and entered the depths of darkness. Looking down, Yun Yazi and the others were shocked to realize something. There was more than one civilization that they belonged to. Here, there were countless gloomy and dead civilizations, densely packed in the great beginning realm. How many 9-star civilizations are there in the world? Yun Yazi asked. Cheongchi did not even turn his head. There are as many 9-star civilizations as there are eras, but there is only one that is still prosperous. Yun Yazi and the others were greatly shocked. They could not come back to their senses for a long time. It turned out that there was more than one 9-star civilization that they dreamed of. There were countless of them. However, the rest had all become dead lands. Soon after, in the sky above the 9-star civilization that the sacred mountain had left, a group of people dressed in strange clothes appeared. They came to the place where the sacred mountain had descended and searched everywhere. The people of the sacred mountain have come to this abandoned 9-star civilization. There must be a huge conspiracy. A mysterious man in an animal skin coat said in a low voice, Check the surroundings carefully. We will definitely find something. However, no matter how they searched, they did not find anything special. They only picked up 2 books, 1 black and 1 white. Leader, there are 2 books. The mysterious man in animal skin frowned. Only 2 books. He opened it and frowned. Biography of Su Yu, biography of the sinful girl? If it was some kind of martial arts technique, it might be of some value. What was the point of 2 personal biographies? He was about to throw it away when the person beside him said, Leader, doesn't Miss Wen Chung like to read? Isn't it good to give it to her? After thinking about it, the mysterious man in animal skin smiled. That's true. Thus, he put the 2 books away. Chapter 2875. At the end of the dark, absolute beginning realm, among the countless abandoned 9-star civilizations, there was a bright and glorious civilization. Like a bright lamp in the dark night, it illuminated the world. It was a civilization shaped like a mountain. Its surface area was so large that it was the gathering place of 100 nine-star civilizations. Moreover, it was a huge number of over 10,000 eight-star civilizations. Rays of light radiated outwards. It showed that it was extremely prosperous. It was the only surviving nine-star civilization in the current era. It was a place where the experts of tens of thousands of races gathered. It was also the nine-star civilization in the hearts of Yunyazi and the others. In a certain blessed land, immortal clouds curled up and beautiful flowers bloomed. Countless beautiful women walked back and forth. Among them, even the maids were beauties that were rarely seen in the outside world. As for those who were in high positions, they were even more so, stunningly beautiful. In a secret room, there was a woman as beautiful as a fairy in a painting who was in a deep meditative state. Suddenly, her left little finger trembled slightly. She was startled awake. Brother Su Yu has come to the nine-star civilization. In her eyes, scenes of the past flowed backward. Su Yu and the others passed through the vortex and entered the nine-star civilization. She was naturally Xia Jingyu. After so many years, the current Xia Jingyu was even more ethereal and beautiful. It was like a pearl blooming with a unique luster. She stood up excitedly and paced back and forth in the secret chamber, unable to express the joy in her heart. How is Brother Su Yu now? Does he remember me? Was he still with Qin Xiener? Or is there someone else around? She kept muttering, her imagination running wild. As the saying goes, one feels shy when one is near home. It was the same for people close to him. After a long time, she finally calmed her restless heart and said, "Regardless of whether you remember me or not, my heart remains the same." Even if time and space changed and time shifted, her heart still lingered on the past. Under the pear blossom tree was a beautiful memory that she would never forget. Where is she now? Xia Jingyu murmured. He couldn't wait to see Su Yu again. However, she resisted the urge to divine Su Yu's future. She had used it once before, but it had been used by her own clansmen who had almost killed Su Yu. He could not let them know that Su Yu had come to a nine-star civilization. Otherwise, they would try their best to kill him. Dong dong! Someone knocked on the door. Xia Jingyu immediately reined in her emotions, a trace of helplessness on her face. Look, his every move was under the control of some of his clansmen. Even his sudden awakening from meditation was clearly seen by them. She regained her composure and opened the stone door. A middle-aged woman with peerless charm stood outside the door. "Jingyu, did something happen to you?" she asked meaningfully. For a person to suddenly awaken from a deep meditative state, there was bound to be a major event that disturbed his state of mind. "It's just some problems with my training," Xia Jingyu replied calmly, not revealing any flaws. "I'm sorry to have caused you to worry." So, this person was the leader of the goddess tribe. That's good. She nodded slowly. "Since you're awake, you should go out for a walk. There's a banquet at the border, and I've gotten an invitation for you." Xia Jingyu refused without hesitation. "Clan leader, I just want to cultivate now and quickly make up for my cultivation." Back then, when the sinful lady was hunting Su Yu down, Xia Jingyu had sacrificed something of hers, causing her breakthrough to Tao Lord to be delayed. The progress of his cultivation had been greatly affected. The clan leader spoke with an amiable expression. "Balancing work and rest is the right way to go. Purposely cultivating will only make you worse. Listen to me and participate." Seeing that Xia Jingyu had no intention of agreeing, the clan leader's expression became serious. "Must I use my status as the clan leader to pressure you?" Xia Jingyu sighed helplessly. This junior understands. She was very reluctant to participate in these so-called banquets. These were usually social gatherings held by the young prodigies of powerful races. The clan leader hoped that she would go to these gatherings more often to attract some outstanding youths. This way, she would be able to find the most suitable husband for her. She rarely participated in such banquets. The clan leader probably felt impatient and began to use his authority to force her to participate. At the same time, in a certain abandoned civilization, unlike other civilizations that had fallen into complete darkness, most of this civilization was gloomy, but a small part of it was bright and resplendent. There was a gathering place of different races. They were a race that could not survive in the intense competition of the 9-star civilizations, so they migrated to the abandoned 9-star civilizations. In the abandoned 9-star civilizations, they found a place that they could barely survive in. Then they established their territory. There were many similar races. This was just one of them. They were called wanderers by the 9-star civilizations. In other words, they were people who wandered at the edge of the world, in a civilization, in a certain dilapidated city, in a remote corner. The group that had gone out to hunt had returned to the mansion in the city. In the backyard of the mansion, a young girl with a delicate face was holding an old book, reading it with great interest. Her eyesight was very poor, and she could only see the words clearly when she got very close. "Miss Marquis Wolf Officer is here. Master is receiving him in the side hall," a maid whispered in her ear. Wen Cheng put down the book and immediately frowned. "Why are you mentioning him to me? What a bummer." The maid said helplessly, "Master wants Miss to go over." "I'm not going. I want to read." Wen Cheng seemed to loathe the middle-aged man and turned to return to her room. The maid could only go back to report. At the moment, Marquis Wolf Officer was in the side hall, chatting happily with Wen Cheng's father. "We went out to hunt this time and found a large amount of resources in many abandoned civilizations. A conservative estimate is that it can be used by Wenyuan City for 10 years. Marquis Wolf Officer said seriously. "Only 10 years?" Wen Cheng's father was the city lord of Wenyuan City. He silently sighed in his heart, feeling very worried. The abandoned civilization they were in did not have spirit energy and could not produce any resources. The reason it could be maintained now was because the various factions of the civilization were constantly searching for resources from the abandoned civilizations to supply the small civilizations they created. Marquis Wolf Officer was a capable general of Wenyuan City. His strength was second only to the city lord, and he was extremely skilled in searching for resources. However, the resources of the abandoned civilizations were limited. After many years of searching, all the resources that could be found nearby had long been found. This time, Marquis Wolf Officer had gone out for 5 years and had only found 10 years' worth of resources. This meant that he had to immediately go out and search to maintain the prosperity of Wenyuan City. The situation is extremely unfavorable. Marquis Wolf Officer sighed heavily. The situation of the other cities is similar, or even worse. City Lord Wenyuan nodded. How could he not know this? The other cities had already sent people to even further abandoned civilizations to search for resources. Marquis Wolf Officer requested, "I want to leave in 2 months and go to an even more distant, abandoned civilization." City Lord Wenyuan relaxed inwardly. He was still thinking about how to speak. Chapter 2876. Marriage? City Lord Wenyuan's heart thumped. A look of deep hesitation flashed across his face. Marquis Wolf Officer was his most capable general. Many cities wanted to poach it away. In order to win him over, City Lord Wenyuan naturally did everything he could. But among these abandoned cities, Wenyuan City was one of the weaker ones. What he could afford, other cities could offer double or even 10 times more. The reason why Marquis Wolf Officer hadn't been poached away was because of the Wolf Officer. It was because he had taken a fancy to Wenyuan City, Lord's daughter. Because of her, he was willing to stay. Of course, he didn't stay for nothing. Instead, he asked to be engaged to his daughter. In truth, City Lord Wenyuan was extremely unwilling. Marquis Wolf Officer was about the same age as him, so he could definitely be Wen Cheng's father. How could City Lord Wenyuan be willing to marry his daughter? Unfortunately, profound literature city needed Marquis Wolf officer. Thus, City Lord Wenyuan agreed against his will. All these years, Marquis Wolf officer had been urging her to get married. However, he had always been thinking of ways to evade it, hoping that this day would come later. It is still too early to talk about marriage, City Lord Wenyuan said. Let Wencheng grow up a bit more. Marquis Wolf officer frowned, took out a secret letter and placed it on the table. This is... City Lord Wenyuan said thoughtfully. Marquis Wolf officer said indifferently, City Lord will know once you take a look. City Lord Wenyuan had a bad premonition. His master tore apart Xinjian. After reading the contents of the letter, Zhang Xian was infuriated. The letter was a recruitment letter that the first city's governor had handed to Marquis Wolf officer. The recruitment condition was to betroth his daughter to the Marquis of Wolf County. As long as Marquis Langguan was willing to join them, he could immediately marry his daughter. Marquis Langguan raised his teacup and said indifferently, Although I am deeply in love with Miss Wencheng, there is a limit to a person's patience. If the city lord has no intention of marrying Miss Wencheng to me, then I have no reason to reject his good intentions. Hearing this, City Lord Wenyuan's heart tightened. After some thought, he said, I would like to ask Wencheng's opinion on this matter. How about it? He had no other choice. He could only agree. But before he agreed, he had to first ask for Wencheng's opinion. Then hurry up. I must marry Wencheng within a month. Otherwise... Marquis Wolf officer didn't continue, but the meaning was clear. He could no longer risk his life for a woman with no future in sight and for profound literature city. I understand. City Lord Wenyuan stood up and went to find Wencheng to have a heart-to-heart talk. Wait. Marquis Wolf officer suddenly remembered and took out 2 books, one black and one white, from his bosom. This time I found 2 books. Give them to Wencheng. City Lord Wenyuan nodded. Wencheng liked to read books the most, but what the broken civilization lacked the most was books. Wencheng should like these 2 books. He arrived at the backyard. City Lord Wenyuan knocked on the door. Wencheng opened the door. It's me. Father wants to talk to you. Don't talk about it, don't talk about it. Wencheng's coquettish voice came from inside. Father doesn't love me anyway. City Lord Wenyuan felt guilty. He felt a stabbing pain in his heart. If there was a choice, who would be willing to give their daughter to an old man to defile? But he had no other choice. Hearing this, he silently put down the 2 books. With his hands clasped behind his back, he left in loneliness. After a long time of silence, Wencheng opened the door. Seeing the lonely back view of her father walking with his head lowered, she could not help but bite her lips, her eyes filled with self-blame. I knew that father had to work very hard to maintain the city, so why did I have to be unreasonable? She suddenly saw the 2 books on the ground. She could not help but pick them up. Biography of Su Yu, Biography of the Sinful Girl? Her attention was once again attracted by these 2 books. Su Yu, Sinful Girl? Who is it? I've never even heard of it. Yet you have the cheek to write a biography? Wencheng wrinkled her cute nose. She casually threw the 2 books away, but before she threw them away, she could not bear to. Sigh, I haven't seen a new book in a long time. Forget it. I'm just reading to pass the time, Wencheng muttered to herself. She brought the 2 books back into the house and placed them on the study table. The white one, the black one, which one should I read first? Wencheng raised her eyebrows. Finally, she chose to open the white one. Biography of Su Yu. Let's see what you did in your life to have the cheek to write a biography. Wencheng flipped it open, casually looking through it. But with one look, she could not help but be attracted. Shenyue Island? What is that place? There are mountains, water, and even the sky? It looks very beautiful. How could this Su Yu be so foolish? In order to save his father-in-law, he actually went to the imperial capital alone to participate in some competition? Xia Jingyu is really beautiful and kind, but Qin Xianer is cute and loyal. Who should Suyu choose? How could this Suyu be so fickle? He actually flirted between the two of them. Sigh. In the end, he still chose Qin Xianer. Xia Jingyu is so pitiful. Sob, sob, sob. Xianer actually died. And so many good girls, all dead. As she read on, she could not help but shed tears. She was deeply immersed in the ups and downs of the story. Reading the biography, it was like experiencing Su Yu's happiness, anger, sorrow, and joy. When she stopped crying, she realized that it was already dawn. One look, and she realized that it had been an entire night. She forgot to eat and sleep, continuing to read. But when she flipped to the next page, it was gone. Why is it gone? Wenqing opened her eyes wide, angrily slamming the table. Damn it! I was at the most exciting moment. Why is it gone? She had been excited, but there was no more. Damn it! Who wrote this book? Don't let me know, or I will definitely send you a kitchen knife. Wenqing was furious. Then she looked at the last black book. With a thought, he said, "These two books should be related, right?" She immediately flipped open the black book, but to her disappointment, there was no connection between the two. This book described the life of the sinful woman. So boring. This woman called sinful woman. Does she only know how to cultivate? No love. Only a teacher called Yunyazi. So boring. She closed the book, once again flipping through the white book. She could not help but want to read it again, to review the details that she had missed. Who knew? Just as she was about to open it, the book actually burst into flames. Ah, it's on fire! Wenqing immediately used her body to try and extinguish the flames. It was obvious how much she cherished the book. She actually used her body to suppress the fire, but the flames still mercilessly burned the white book into ashes. Wenqing looked at the ashes on the table, her eyes brimming with tears. My book. My Su Yu's biography. But she continued to cry and cry. The ashes were blown by the wind, actually condensing into a human figure in midair. Then it transformed into a clear woman. The woman's features were like a painting, her beauty out of this world, as if she had walked out of a painting. As a woman, Wenqing could not help but be captivated by her stunning appearance. But then she suddenly became frightened, her eyes wide. A person ran out from the book? Chapter 2877. And a great beauty, Wenqing said in shock. Her exclamation attracted the attention of the guards outside, who asked hurriedly, "Miss Wenqing, what is it?" Wenqing said hurriedly, yes. She suddenly realized that if she told anyone, this woman would definitely be taken away. Moreover, such a beautiful woman would not have a good ending in this broken civilization. Wenqing quickly corrected herself. There was a cockroach, a very, very big cockroach. The guards outside the door twitched their mouths. They were already used to Miss Wenqing's nervousness. "Do you need us to come in?" "No, no. I can trample it to death myself," Wenqing said hurriedly. The guards nodded and silently stood guard. Wenqing heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the sleeping woman again. The more she looked, the more stunned she became. She is so beautiful. How can there be such a beautiful person in this world? But she couldn't help but think, but how did she come out of the book? After thinking for a while, she suddenly had an idea. That's right. Could she be the legendary Yen Ryu? She remembered reading an old saying in a book. There is a golden house in the book, and there is a beauty in the book. Such a beautiful woman was much more beautiful than Yen Ryu. But I am a woman. Why would I want Yen Ryu? Wenqing was a little discouraged. Why didn't the one who came out be a handsome man like Pan? And as they were talking, the sleeping woman's eyelids suddenly moved. Wenqing was shocked and quickly retreated to the bookshelf, vigilant and careful. After a while, the sleeping woman finally opened her eyes, which were full of confusion. It was Su Yu's soul that had woken up. The soul of Jinghua Tianzi had been suppressed by the ultimate ruined divine steel. So he had the opportunity to follow the light of the ultimate ruined divine steel and leave the dark secret room. He had once again occupied his body. Looking at the unfamiliar scene in front of him, Su Yu was a little confused. Where is this place? If he remembered correctly, he should have fallen into a coma on the way to the abyss. Moreover, what was going on with his body? Why did he feel like something was wrong? Could it be that Jinghua Tianzi had controlled his body, so his soul and body were not in harmony? After a while, he slowly regained control of his body and could barely move his fingers. He sat up. Why does my chest feel so heavy? Su Yu asked as he sat up. He immediately noticed that something was wrong with his body. Lowering his head to take a look, he could not help but be stunned. These two lumps, what are they? He stretched out his hand and subconsciously pinched them. He felt an amazing elasticity and softness. Su Yu froze on the spot, his face turning green. He immediately examined his body. Fair, slender fingers, flawless snow-white skin, delicate muscles, and a slender waist. And the two ripe, plump lumps on his chest. How did I become a woman? Su Yu felt like he had just been struck by lightning, and his mind was buzzing. He could not accept this absurd reality. I must be dreaming. I must be dreaming. Su Yu pinched his chest once again. A sense of reality told Su Yu that this was not a dream. Moreover, in his mind a weak but angry voice sounded faintly. Filthy ant, don't touch my body! Su Yu shuddered. It was Heavenly Prince, Mirrorflower. Although her soul was suppressed, because she had successfully escaped once, it was no longer completely sealed. She could still transmit a trace of soul energy into Su Yu's mind. He finally understood what was going on. This body belonged to Mirage Flower Heaven. He could not help but be angry. Where is my body? Humph, it's gone. Mirage Flower Heaven snorted coldly. Su Yu's face was extremely gloomy. That body was a new corpse that he had occupied after leaving the Tao Tai's cage and had been constantly refining it. It was already Su Yu's own real body. He did not expect that it would be destroyed by Mirage Flower Heaven. Moreover, on this basis, it had reformed into a female body. He carefully felt it and found that whether it was the physique of the holy mortal body, the bloodline of the 8 great masters, or other aspects, Mirage Flower Heaven had perfectly inherited it. It was no different from the previous body, and even the cultivation was preserved. Only the gender had changed. Bastard! Su Yu's face was as ugly as it could be. Mirage Flower Heaven warned, Don't touch my body or I will. She did not continue but screamed wildly, Ah! I will kill you. Because Su Yu held the 2 ripe lumps on his chest and rubbed them hard. So what if I touch them? Fine. You wait and see. You will pay the price for sullying my holy body. Mirage Flower Heaven said angrily. Then she shut her mouth completely and did not say a word. She was just waiting for the right time to get out again. Su Yu snorted, thinking about how to change his body back. I didn't expect you to be so beautiful. A dazed voice came. When Su Yu raised his head and looked over, he discovered that it was a pretty young girl, who was staring at him in shock. Someone is here? Su Yu immediately put down his hands in front of his chest and said awkwardly, Miss, don't get me wrong. Actually, I am. You don't have to say it. I understand. When Chung interrupted him, hugging her chest with her arms and shrinking back. You know nothing. The blue veins on Su Yu's forehead were throbbing. Where is this? Why am I here? Su Yu asked when he saw that the girl did not mean to be hostile. When Chung muttered, This is my room. As for why you are here, I want to ask you, how did you get out of the book? Book? Su Yu was stunned. What book? When Chung pointed at the other black book. After I finished reading the biography of Su Yu, you ran out of it. Speaking of which, who are you? Su Yu said, I am Su. I don't have a name. Now that he was in a woman's body, it was hard to believe that he could say a man's name. I know. Your name is Su Ryu, right? When Chung asked, Yu had an embarrassed look on his face. This body is really troublesome. Can you leave me alone for a while? Yu asked. He wanted to do a thorough examination of his body. When Chung nodded. Sure, I will help you change your clothes. Yu's clothes were very luxurious, but because of this he had to change his clothes. Otherwise he would be easily targeted. When Chung left, Yu checked his body immediately. Yu immediately examined his body. As he pondered, he tried to use the 8 great domains to rebuild his body. However, what made his face turn ugly was that this body, which had been modified by Mirage Flower Heaven, was completely immune to the 8 great realms. It did not work at all. Damn it! He slammed his palm on the table. Unexpectedly, before he slammed it down, a terrifying power surged in his palm. A single slap was enough to destroy the entire broken civilization. Chapter 2878. He stared at his palm in disbelief. This is the power of Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower's body. Then he shook his head. If it was Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower's true body, its power wouldn't be limited to this. Thinking about it, he vaguely understood that this body was probably formed from the Stonebirth heart. It was only a quarter of Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower size. If the other 3 parts of his body were to successfully fuse together, the might of his palm strike would probably be 10 or even 100 times stronger. Is this the only benefit? Yu laughed bitterly. Given how powerful Heavenly Empress Mirrorflower's body was, even a peak mid-stage Tao Lord would have to retreat in front of her. But I must get my body back. Yu wasn't interested in maintaining a woman's dignity. Otherwise, how beautiful would it be when he met Xia Jingyu, Qin Xianer, and Su Kai in the future? Before that, it was better to figure out the situation first. Where was this place? Why weren't Yun Yazi and the others around him? Also, before he fainted, Sinful Girl had been by his side. Where was she now? Suddenly, Yu looked at the black book on the desk. The girl said that he came out of a white book. In that case, did this black book contain some other secret? He flipped open the black book, and the 3 words, The Legend of the Sinful Woman, came into view. The Legend of the Sinful Woman? Yu was startled, and he curiously opened it. In the end, he saw the life of the sinful woman. When Chang might have felt bored just by watching, but Yu could see the stubbornness of the sinful lady's pursuit of the pinnacle of the martial path in her early stages. To be able to continuously pursue one's own peak in the incomparably dull years. In the end, she mercilessly killed Yun Yazi and snatched the heaven's sun gazing at air. After reading it, Yu let out a long sigh. The past was like smoke. Now, the sinful girl had been reborn from the ashes and obtained a new life. As soon as he finished reading, the black book burst into flames and turned into ashes. The ashes once again condensed into a beautiful figure. It was the sinful woman in black. She looked around blankly. When he saw that Yu was close to him, he took out the sinful sword without hesitation and thrust it at Yu. Yu pinched the sinful sword between his 2 fingers and said hurriedly, "It's me." The sinful girl was startled and asked with uncertainty, "Who are you?" "I am Yu. The soul of Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower has been suppressed by me again," Yu said. However, the sinful girl did not believe it. How powerful was Mirrorflower, Heavenly Prince's soul? How could she be suppressed by Yu? However, when she recalled how Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower fainted again after taking out the bronze plate, she began to believe it. "What happened between us?" the sinful woman probed. Yu blinked his eyes and said, "Me and you?" "Yes, you chased after me, and then you kissed me." The sinful girl was still doubtful when she said that. There were many people who knew that she had tried to kill Yu. However, only a few people knew that she had kissed Yu. "Is it really you?" The sinful lady stepped forward in surprise, and she wanted to support Yu. However, when she looked at his feminine body, she hesitated and said, "Your body, Yu, is helpless." "Don't mention it. My body has been modified by Heavenly Prince Mirrorflower, so I won't be able to return to normal in a short time. Are you going to use a woman's body to travel around the 9-star civilizations in the future? The sinful lady looked at Suyu, who looked exactly like her, and felt a little awkward. Suyu spread his hands. What can I do? By the way, where are my master and the others? Only now did the evil girl remember. She told him everything that had happened. What? The great beginning realm is going to collapse? Suyu was shocked. The 9-star civilization that he had been looking forward to for a long time turned out to be an ancient wasteland. It was beyond his expectations. That Cheong-Chi must be up to no good, Suyu said with certainty. The 8-star civilizations and the Holy Mountain were fighting to the death. How could they reconcile so quickly? I must find them as soon as possible, Suyu said to himself. Before that, he needed to find a way to restore his body. It was really inconvenient to wear a woman's body. If you want to restore your body, I think you can try to find the Palace of Heaven, the sinful lady said. Speaking of which, the sinful lady used to be a member of the Palace of Heaven. The Palace of Heaven used to set up a sub-palace in our 8-star civilization, and I was a member of the sub-palace. I used to hear that there was a yin-yang gate in the main hall of the Great Beginning Realm that had existed since the beginning of the Great Beginning Realm. If you use it properly, you can change your gender. You can give it a try. Suyu was relieved. He finally had a target to look for. He was afraid that there was no way to find his body. My soul and body have not completely merged yet. I will hide in this civilization for the time being. I will act only after I have fully recovered. The sinful lady agreed. The dangers of the 9-star civilizations are unpredictable. It will be difficult for you to act before you have fully recovered. After a pause, the sinful lady said, especially since you have become so beautiful. I am very worried about your personal safety. The sinful lady, who had always been cold and emotionless, had learned to tease others. The corners of Suyu's mouth twitched. He could not help but shudder at the thought that he might be targeted by a group of lecherous people. He immediately took out a black cloak and covered his entire body so tightly that even his age could not be distinguished. Suyu, can I come in? When Cheng asked, Suyu looked at the sinful lady, gave her a look, and opened the small nightmare crossing lotus. The latter entered immediately. The appearance of 2 identical people was more or less troublesome. Come in, Suyu said expressionlessly as he put away the nightmare crossing lotus. When Chung came in again, when she saw Suyu in a black robe, her eyes lit up. You're not stupid. You know how to cover yourself. Suyu looked at her and said, I will stay in your room. Don't tell anyone. You will provide me with whatever I need. Wen Qing put her hands on her waist and said angrily, Hey, I am not your servant. Suyu said calmly, In exchange, I can cure your eyes. He could tell that this woman's eyes were born with a defect. Treatments after birth would not work. Cure my eyes? Forget it. The girl waved her hand, looking indifferent. All these years, Father has found many resources for me, but they are useless. As she spoke, Suyu shot a beam of colorful light into her left eye. It was the life domain, which meant rebirth. The girl did not feel any pain. She only felt her vision blur. Suddenly, the things in her left eye became extremely clear. Ah! The girl screamed and jumped up from the chair. She placed her palm in front of her eyes and waved it back and forth. My left eye, my left eye, Suyu said calmly. Do you want to cure your other eye as well? Yes, of course I do. All right, then do as I say. Okay, wait. But if you stay in my room, where will I stay? When Chung said, startled. She could not possibly move out, right? If that was the case, anyone would have to enter the room to take a look. You can sleep on the floor, Suyu said nonchalantly. I'll sleep on the floor. When Chung pointed at her own nose, this was her room. After thinking for a moment, when Cheng said, Forget it, let's sleep together. She paused, then hugged her chest and warned, "Let's make this clear. I don't care if you rub your own, but don't rub mine." Chapter 2879. The veins on Su Yu's forehead throbbed. She really thought of herself as someone with a special fetish. "You don't even want to rub it." He glanced at her slightly protruding breasts, completely uninterested. Wencheng clenched her fists, stupidly saying, "I don't know why, but I really want to hit someone." Su Yu was expressionless, immediately sitting cross-legged, beginning to adapt to the body of heavenly Prince Mirrorflower. Wencheng cooperated, concealing her existence. A few days later, that night, while Su Yu was still getting used to it, a knock came from the door. "Wencheng, can you let my father in?" Wencheng was shocked, hurriedly saying, "I'm already asleep." City Master Wenyuan, who was outside, was shocked. "So early? All right, I'll come back tomorrow." Wencheng knew what her father wanted to say. After a moment of silence, she said, "Let's talk in the garden." She opened the door and entered the garden with her father. In the past few days, Wencheng had convinced herself to listen to her father's arrangements. Wencheng, Wenyuan opened his mouth, but did not know where to start. "Father, you want to rush me to marry Marquis Wolf," Wencheng said, her eyes dim. "Father can arrange it however you want. I have no objections." City Master Wenyuan felt a stabbing pain in his heart. The more obedient his daughter was, the more pain he felt. But for the development of Wenyuan City, what other choice did he have? "Wencheng, I have let you down," Wenyuan said, lowering his head. Wencheng silently sighed. "Father gave birth to me and raised me. It is only right for a daughter to repay the favor." City Master Wenyuan felt even more ashamed. "Even though Marquis Wolf is old, his feelings for you are sincere. You might be lucky to marry him." "Sincere? Father, do you think I don't understand the outside world because I read all day?" Wencheng was a little disappointed at her father's deception. Everyone outside knows that Marquis Wolf is lustful. He has defiled at least 800 women, if not 1,000. He is merely interested in my looks and status, and wants to take them for himself. Wencheng's words rendered City Lord Wenyuan speechless. To think that his daughter, who had never left the house, knew so much about the rumors of the outside world. "Forget it, you arrange it. I accept my fate." Wencheng silently returned to the house. Although Su Yu was fusing with the souls, he was still very sensitive to the outside world. "Is something bothering you?" "No." Wencheng's face was taut. He paused for a moment and said, "How much longer do you need to leave?" "I may not be able to protect you for long." "About half a month." Wencheng nodded. "That's more like it. Tell me what you need now. I'll try my best to find it for you while I'm still here." Su Yu stopped fusing with the body and wrote a list on the spot. Most of them were materials that could facilitate the fusion of souls. They weren't rare materials. After Wencheng saw it, he frowned. "They are all rare and hard to find. I need to go to the city to take a look." Although she could let the servants do it for her, it would definitely attract her father's attention. Therefore, he could only do it himself. Scarce. Su Yu was surprised. This dilapidated civilization was really desolate. Something that could be easily found in an 8-star civilization was so difficult to find in this abandoned 9-star civilization. "I will go with you," Su Yu said worriedly. He was a little concerned about what Wencheng meant by saying that he was going to leave soon. "All right, it's good to come out and get some fresh air. But don't let anyone find out that you came out from my room. Otherwise, my innocence will be gone," Wencheng muttered. Su Yu clenched his fists. "Little girl, you're asking for a beating." Wencheng stuck out her tongue and giggled. Because they had a common secret, Wencheng was only open to Su Yu. The two of them left the city master's manor in a flash while no one was around. Walking in the city, Su Yu kept shaking his head as he looked around. It was too dilapidated. There wasn't even a proper shop. It was filled with small stalls and hawkers. Is there such a lack of resources? Su Yu and Wen Cheng searched for half a day and only found 30% of what they needed. Wen Cheng said helplessly, "It's just so lacking." There was still 70% of what they had yet to find. "Sister Ryu, are these things very important to you?" Wen Cheng asked. Su Yu nodded. "Yes, very important. It's my most important matter." Hearing that it was so serious, Wen Cheng had no choice but to say, "All right, there is a branch of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce in the biggest city of this dilapidated civilization." "What? Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce?" There was a Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce in such a place? "How long has the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce existed?" Su Yu asked. Wen Cheng shook her head. "A very, very long time. I heard they are everywhere." If that was the case, the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce of the 8-star civilizations was only the tip of the iceberg of the true Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. The power of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce was a little terrifying. In comparison, Nirvana was limited by the 8-star civilizations and could only compete with one of them. When it came to the 9-star civilizations, they couldn't be compared at all. However, if it was the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, finding what he wanted couldn't be easier. "Lead the way." Wen Cheng hesitated. "But I heard that the things in the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce are very expensive. Because of the scarcity of resources, the prices of the things there were at least 3 times the normal price. If it wasn't for the fact that they had no other choice, no one would come to buy them." "I have money," Su Yu said indifferently. Wen Cheng muttered, "I can see that with such a beautiful face, there must be a lot of men giving her money." "Hey, to be honest, Su Yu really wanted to beat someone up. If you talk nonsense again, do you believe that I will change your eyes back?" Su Yu said impatiently. Wen Cheng hurriedly covered his mouth and kept shaking his head, meaning that he wouldn't dare. The first city was called Faraway Sight City. Compared to Wenyuan City, it was more than 2 or 3 times larger, and it was bustling with people. It barely resembled an ordinary city of an 8-star civilization. One of the magnificent pavilions rose from the ground, and it was even more luxurious than the city master's manor in the city. That is the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. You need to pay a deposit of at least 1,000,000 Tau coins to enter. Wen Cheng pointed over and said. As she spoke, she suddenly fell silent. Su Yu glanced sideways and saw that Wen Cheng was staring blankly at a brothel with bright lights beside her. A drunken middle-aged man was lustfully hugging 2 young and beautiful women, stumbling towards an inn not far away. She clenched her fists, unable to suppress the indignation in her expression. But in the end, she loosened her fists, her eyes filled with helplessness. "Let's go." Wen Cheng held onto Su Yu's arm and leaned against him, looking very helpless. Su Yu stared at the man. "Is that your uncle?" Wen Cheng bit her red lips, too embarrassed to respond. Seeing that she was unwilling to speak, Su Yu did not pursue the matter further, walking alongside her. "Wen Cheng?" But the middle-aged man noticed Wen Cheng. He immediately shook off the 2 women and rushed over, surprised. "Why did you come here?" He was Marquis Langguan. In his memory, Wen Cheng was rarely willing to leave the house. Wen Cheng tilted her head, not wanting to look at him. Her tone was stiff. "Why do I need you to care?" Marquis Langguan creased his brows. "How can you speak to your fiancé like that? Do you have any upbringing?" He had been caught playing with women outside. Not only did he not feel guilty, he was blaming his fiancée for not having upbringing. Marquis Langguan stared at Wen Cheng's arm. Seeing that she was tightly holding on to Su Yu, who was dressed in a black robe, he could not even tell if he was a man or a woman. His brows creased even deeper. "Who are you, a man or a woman?" Wen Cheng's expression did not change. Since Su Yu was a woman, she did not feel guilty at all. Chapter 2880. "Of course I am a man." Su Yu imitated his original deep male voice. Then he extended his arm and hugged Wen Cheng's shoulder. Coincidentally, his palm landed on her chest, but he did not touch her. Wen Cheng's body stiffened as he jumped in fright. If not for feeling the soft female body beneath the black robe, she would have thought that the person beside her was a man. Wen-chung, don't you have any shame? Marquis Wolf's face turned green. He was curious as to why the usually reclusive Wen-chung would suddenly come to such a faraway place, with a mysterious person by her side. So, she was fooling around with a man. Shameless be asterisk starred. Marquis Wolf pointed at his nose and scolded. You are not married yet, but you are already in cahoots with another man. Wen-chung was trembling with anger. She was not married yet, but was being insulted by Marquis Wolf in public. Furthermore, was the shameless one not Marquis Wolf? They were about to get married, but she was still fooling around in a brothel? In her anger, she grabbed Suyu's palm, pressing it against her newly developed chest, rubbing it forcefully. She glared at Marquis Wolf provocatively. Yes, so what? This time, even Suyu himself was shocked. He had wanted to take revenge on Wen-chung for speaking without thinking. Who knew that this last would, he hurriedly retracted his hand, but Wen-chung pressed it down tightly. She glared at Suyu, sending a message fiercely. You started it. You have to continue acting. Feeling the softness of his palm, Suyu had an unnatural expression, replying, But weren't you disgusted? Wen-chung said, You are a woman, not a man. What does it matter if I touch you? As long as you don't let your thoughts run wild. Suyu looked at his nose looked at his mouth, and his mouth looked at his heart. As a man, how could he not let his thoughts run wild? Marquis Wolf was furious, raising his palm to give Wen-chung a slap. But no matter what, Wen-chung was Master Wen-yuan's woman. They were not married yet, so he could not hit her. His palm turned, aiming for Suyu. You shameless thing, scram! Suyu was expressionless, lightly lifting his hand. He did not even use any force. Ouch! Marquis Wolf officer immediately cried out in pain and covered his palm that was about to break. He didn't dare believe it. He was in existence at the peak of the Tao Lord realm. A single palm strike was enough to cause mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. However, when he struck the back of this person's hand, the other party did not move at all. Instead, his own hand was nearly broken. Could he be a master of the heavenly law? Marquis Wolf officer's heart jumped, but he shook his head. If he really had the cultivation of a master of the heavenly law, why would he need to stay in a broken civilization? They would have gone to the prosperous 9-star civilization a long time ago. Even if he stayed in a broken civilization, he would at least be the lord of a city. Therefore, he speculated that this person must have some kind of defensive treasure on the back of his hand. Stinking brat! Get out of my way! Marquis Wolf officer pointed at himself. Do you know who I am? You'll be scared to death if I tell you. Suyu said indifferently. Oh, so your name is scaring you to death. This name can really scare people to death. Puff! Wen-chung was stunned for a moment. When he understood, he immediately burst out laughing. Marquis Wolf officer was about to attack. Suyu waved his hand in boredom. When I'm in a bad mood, get lost. He was too lazy to bother with such a small fry. As he spoke, he put his arm around Wen-cheng's shoulder and left. Marquis Wolf officer clenched his teeth. Which man could tolerate his woman being taken away by another man in front of him? Stop right there. Marquis Wolf officer tried to chase after him, but Suyu only took a light step forward and disappeared from his original spot. Marquis Wolf officer looked left and right, but he could not see a shadow at all. Wen-chung, come out. Marquis Wolf officer shouted loudly, looking around anxiously. Suyu and Wen-chung had already arrived in front of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce. He let go of his hand and said, Next time, don't think of using me. But Wen-chung did not hear him at all. She continued to ask, Why is your physique so strong? Why are your movement techniques so strong? Why did your voice change to that of a man? Why? Su Yu extended a palm and covered her small mouth, which was chattering incessantly. He said, "Little girl, curiosity killed the cat." Wen Cheng's heart was filled with surprise and curiosity. She suddenly felt that Su Ruyu was much more mysterious than she had imagined. "Hey, tell me. I'll let you rub my chest." Her small mouth was covered, but she still refused to give up. She said indistinctly, "No?" Then 2 times. 3 times is fine too. Still no? Then 1 night will do, right? The veins on Su Yu's forehead throbbed continuously, and he closed his eyes fiercely. He had an urge to strangle this little girl to death. A very strong urge. "Let's buy enough materials first." Su Yu tossed her aside and entered alone. He had just entered when the guard smiled. "This, sir, please pay a deposit of $1 million before entering. When you leave, you will naturally return it." Wen Qing followed him, shyly hugging Su Yu's arm. She had never been to such a luxurious place, even once. "Sir, if there are 2 of you, it will cost $2 million, the guard said with a smile. Wen Cheng immediately took out her storage bag and rummaged through it. With great difficulty, she found a few old and small cards. The guard still had a smile on his face, but his eyes were filled with disdain. How dare she come to the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce with such a small amount of money? She probably couldn't even afford the cheapest items. "Take it, no need to keep the change." Unexpectedly, Su Yu casually took out a card with a $5 million limit and threw it to the guard. The guard's eyes flashed, and he hurriedly said, "Sir, please come in." Wen Qing opened her mouth wide. 5 million. Broken civilizations that lacked resources rarely had cards with large limits. Usually they only had cards with small limits. Su Yu casually grabbed it, and it was a huge card. "Where did you get so much money?" Wen Cheng chased after him and asked in surprise. Su Yu turned a deaf ear to her. He walked to the various counters, looking for what he wanted. With the wealth of the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce, they indeed had everything. Soon he had gathered all the items he needed. "All right, let's go home," Su Yu said. There was nothing else to see here. But he did not get a response from Wen Cheng. He turned his head and saw that Wen Cheng was leaning on a counter. Her eyes were wide open, and she blinked as she looked at the exquisite jewelry on the counter. Those were all doctrine artifacts with various functions. Wen Cheng liked them at first glance, but they were all very beautiful. She did not know which one to choose. "How much is this hairpin?" Wen Cheng asked unconfidently. The counter manager was expressionless. 3 million Tao coins. 3 million? Wen Cheng was speechless, and she immediately dismissed the idea of buying it. It was too expensive, and she could not afford it. Su Yu saw that and walked over. He pointed at the hairpin and said, "This!" Before he finished speaking, a figure rushed over in a hurry and slammed 3 million Tao coins on the table. "I'll buy this." Chapter 2881. As he spoke, he looked at Su Yu with a provocative gaze. He naturally asked along the way, and finally found Marquis, Wolf County. The shopkeeper was smiling widely. Out of duty, he asked patiently, "Do you want to confirm the purchase?" 3 million Tao coins was not a small sum, so he had to confirm it. Marquis Wolf County felt his heart ache. 3 million Tao coins was money he had worked hard to earn for a year, but now it was used to buy a useless hairpin. "All right, esteemed customer." The shopkeeper smiled and accepted the money. Marquis Wolf County pulled Wen Qing over, glaring at Su Yu with hostility. "My woman does not need you to buy anything. Moreover, can you afford it?" How many men in the broken civilization would be willing to spend a fortune to buy a hairpin for the woman they loved? He looked at Wen Cheng again. "You are still young. Don't be deceived by men's flowery words. Whether a man is sincere to you or not depends not only on his words, but also on his actions." Wen Cheng flung his hand away. "I don't care." However, he still glanced at the hairpin. No woman disliked beauty, and Wen Cheng was no exception. Su Yu's expression was calm as he pointed at the hairpin. This, Marquis Wolf County sneered. Choose another one. I've already bought this one. The shopkeeper looked at him apologetically. Apologies, sir. These are all unique styles. There's no second style. Su Yu continued. I mean, except for this one, I've bought everything else. The shopkeeper was stunned, wondering if he had heard wrongly. I don't understand what you mean. Slap. A black card was slammed onto the table by Su Yu. I don't want to say it a second time. The shopkeeper gasped. A steamed black card? There were at least 100 million heavenly law coins in the black card, not to mention these jewelry. Even half of the items in the Star Alliance Chamber of Commerce could be bought with it. Yes, sir. I'll get it for you immediately. The shopkeeper held the black card in his hand. He was afraid that Su Yu would go back on his word. He took out all the jewelry from the counter as quickly as he could and placed them respectfully in front of Su Yu. There are a total of 130 pieces, all of which are valuable. Please examine them, sir. His expression was filled with reverence. How could a person who could spend hundreds of millions of Dao coins to buy jewelry for a woman be simple? There weren't many people like him in the many dilapidated civilizations. So how could he not respect him? Su Yu picked out the hairpin from the pile and threw it to Marquis Langguan. Yours. Then he wrapped up the rest and stuffed it into Wen Cheng's arms. Go home and pick slowly. Wen Cheng was dumbstruck. He held onto the heavy jewelry as he was carried away by Su Yu. Only Marquis Langguan was left standing in shock, his hand holding the hairpin that he had spent a year's worth of blood and sweat to buy. He thought it was a big deal to spend 3 million. However, the other party had actually spent nearly 100 million on Wen Cheng in one go. What did that mean? In that instant, he felt that he was completely inferior to Wen Cheng. He was not worthy of Wen Cheng at all. After staring blankly for a long time, he slowly came back to his senses and shook his head. No, you shouldn't think like that. Being rich isn't a big deal. What's important is ability. I am the only person City Lord Wen Yuan can rely on. Whether City Lord Wen Yuan values money or ability, the answer is obvious. Today's broken civilization lacked all kinds of resources, not money. What was the use of having money that could not buy things? Thinking to this point, he pulled himself together. Looks like I need to get Wen Cheng as soon as possible to prevent any accidents from happening. Marquis Langguan muttered to himself. However, I need to think of a way to urge City Lord Wen Yuan. After Su Yu returned, he immediately went into seclusion. Using the various materials he had bought, he sped up the fusion of his soul and body. With the help of the materials, he estimated that he would succeed in a few days. At that time, he would be able to freely control his current body and use the strength of his body to his heart's content. Wen Cheng was sprawled on the table, unable to contain his joy as he picked out his favorite jewelry. He said delightedly, "It is said that there is a house of golden books, and there is a beauty in books. To think that not only did I find a beauty, but a beauty who carries a house of gold with her." Su Yu quietly fused with his soul, calmly saying, "Is that Marquis Langguan really your fiancé?" The difference between them was too great. As the daughter of a city lord, Wen Cheng should not have married into such a poor family. Wen Cheng played with the jewelry, already resigned to his fate. He said nonchalantly, "That's right. Who asked my father to have no one to rely on? I can only rely on him." Su Yu finally understood the ins and outs of the matter after asking in detail. To think that the 9-star civilization that I have been pursuing is actually like this. Su Yu sighed. The weak could only struggle at death's door in the abandoned 9-star civilization, like vagrants. The strong could enjoy the limitless resources in the flourishing lands of the current world. Why don't you just move to another abandoned civilization? Su Yu asked. Wen Cheng put down the jewelry and laughed bitterly. Do you think that there are no wanderers in the other abandoned civilizations? If we move there, there will definitely be conflicts and there will be many casualties. Su Yu understood. There was more than one abandoned civilization in front of them. It would be good if we could protect the abandoned civilization in front of us. Many abandoned civilizations have already been occupied and destroyed by foreign civilizations. Their fates are even worse. When Cheng said helplessly, wanderers living in abandoned civilizations would never have any hope of making a name for themselves. They lived in constant fear, lest someday they should be annihilated. So, the abandoned civilizations in the vicinity have all dried up? Su Yu asked. When Cheng shook his head, not entirely. There is an abandoned 9-star civilization nearby. There are still many precious resources left on it, but it is very difficult to excavate them. Because there are many terrifying beasts at the level of the master of the heavenly law living on it, we can't go there at all. The level of the master of the heavenly law. With Su Yu's current cultivation and the physique of Prince Mirrorflower, there was no need to fear the ordinary master of the heavenly law. He could kill them with a single slap. Unless the opponent's cultivation was at the later stage of the master of the heavenly law, there was no need to fear him. Or, if the opponent was large in number, they could pose a slight threat. Well, if there is a chance, I will go and have a look, Su Yu said. He had come to the 9-star civilization, but now he had nothing. He needed to establish his own force in order to gain a foothold in the 9-star civilization. It was necessary to develop a strong force. The demonic beasts of the master of the heavenly law would be great mounts. Therefore, he had to go and investigate whenever he had the chance. Several days passed. With the help of many materials, he finally fused with Prince Mirrorflower's body perfectly. Except for a few parts of the body that he felt unbearable, the rest was fine. Chapter 2882. Without a doubt, Marquis Langguan had complained to the Winyuan city master. Oh, wait a minute. When Cheng looked at Su Yu, meaning for him to hide for a while to avoid being discovered by his father, Su Yu nodded and immediately deployed the space domain, turning into a speck of dust and landing on Wen Cheng's shoulder. The latter was dumbfounded, looking around but unable to find Su Yu. What are you looking at? Hurry up and deal with your father. Su Yu's voice came from his shoulder, scaring Wen Cheng. Wen Cheng was extremely shocked. Su Yu was really surprising her. After cleaning up the traces left behind by Su Yu, Wen Cheng opened the door and pretended not to know. Father, what's wrong? The Winyuan city master's face sank. Let me ask you, did you go to the first city 3 days ago? Yes. With a man? Yes. Wen Cheng was very honest. A misunderstanding was a misunderstanding. He was not afraid of his father getting angry. The Winyuan city master pointed angrily. You want to anger me to death. What if Marquis Langguan runs away? Wen Cheng did not care. If he runs, he won't complain to you. Hey, how can you be so insensible? I know you feel wronged, but you can't do something so shameful as to make peace with a man, right? The Winyuan city master rebuked. Wen Cheng laughed coldly. As long as I have a clear conscience. Father, is there anything else? If not, I'm going to rest, Wen Cheng said calmly. He had nothing to say to his father. Wait. The Winyuan city master said with a straight face. The nearby Haotian civilization has begun to collapse again. The demonic beasts inside have all dispersed. You and Marquis Langguan will lead the strong men of Winyuan city to excavate resources. Most of the abandoned 9-star civilizations were unstable and always in the process of collapse. The nearby Haotian civilization was the same, and every time it collapsed, the ferocious demonic beasts would flee in all directions. They had no time to hunt for invaders. Therefore, this was the best opportunity for the broken civilization. As long as they were willing to take the risk of collapse, they could excavate countless treasures. The number 1 city was originally a city that was about the same size as profound Winyuan city. After the collapse of the Haotian civilization, they managed to excavate many precious resources from above, which gave them the opportunity to grow stronger today. Now that the Hautian civilization was collapsing on a small scale, there was another opportunity. How could Wenyuan City give it up? Hearing that he was going with Marquis Wolf Officer, Wen Cheng instinctively refused. However, Su Yu's voice sounded in his ears. Agree to him. I'll protect you in secret, so don't worry. Wen Cheng thought about Su Yu's terrifying physique and movement techniques. He did not want to go against his father's wishes, so he nodded and agreed. All right. City Lord Wenyuan was surprised. Based on his understanding of his daughter, she would definitely not go. She didn't expect him to agree so readily. Presumably, the reprimand just now made his daughter feel remorseful, so she wanted to travel with Marquis Wolf Officer to improve their relationship. This was something City Lord Wenyuan was happy to see. All right, we'll leave tonight. Hurry up and get ready. The collapse of the Hautian civilization was sudden and did not give people enough time to prepare. All civilizations were racing against time to seize the initiative. All right, in the evening, several streaks of starlight had already soared into the sky, leaving the current dilapidated civilization and heading towards the nearby Hautian civilization. That was because the other cities had already sent people there. City Lord Wenyuan could not wait any longer. He hurriedly summoned Wen Cheng and Marquis Wolf Officer, as well as a group of capable generals. There's no time to continue preparing. All of you set off immediately. Marquis Wolf Officer will tell you the details of the collapse along the way. City Lord Wenyuan immediately sent people on their way. The group immediately boarded the flying doctrine artifact and sped towards the Hautian civilization. They entered the pitch-black nothingness. Wen Cheng was a little uneasy. She shrank into a corner and secretly transmitted her voice to the surroundings. Where are you? I'm here, Su Yu replied briefly. Wen Cheng immediately felt at ease, as if there was nothing to worry about as long as Su Yu was there. Marquis Wolf Officer had a hint of caution in his eyes. Wen Cheng, who are you talking to? He looked around, but there was no one there. Air. Wen Cheng calmly said. Talking to air? Marquis Wolf Officer thought Wen Cheng was speaking out of anger. He stepped forward and sat beside her, trying to hug her. Wen Cheng, when we reach the Hautian civilization, I will protect you. However, Wen Cheng cleverly avoided him and moved to another corner, saying, Please behave yourself. The rest of the people on the doctrine artifact could not help but snicker. Haste makes waste. Marquis Wolf Officer, please slow down. That's right. Miss Wen Cheng is still an unmarried virgin. Marquis Wolf Officer looked embarrassed when he heard the people's teasing. He was annoyed and secretly glared at Wen Cheng. He snorted in his heart. When we reach the Hautian civilization, I will make sure that no one will respond to you. He smiled casually. Now, let's talk about the situation at the Hautian civilization. We have detected a small-scale collapse in the 98th district. The civilization energy there has probably been weakened to the extreme. It cannot withstand the collapse and has begun to collapse. The area of the collapse is hundreds of millions of square miles, which is equivalent to the area of our dilapidated civilization. Because of the collapse, all the demonic beasts within the target area have fled. Therefore, we need to spread out and dig for more resources as fast as possible. Before the demonic beasts return, we must leave the Hautian civilization and complete this excavation mission. Everyone understood that the most important thing for this mission was time. They had to leave the Hautian civilization before the tide of demonic beasts returned. Now let's assign teams, Marquis Wolf Officer said. Wen Cheng and I will be in a team. I refuse, Wen Cheng said without hesitation. I can go alone. She hated Marquis Wolf Officer and understood his character. Did she think that she was too safe to team up with him? Marquis Wolf Officer smiled and did not say much. After all, this little sheep would not be able to run away in the Hautian civilization. All right, but I'll still assign someone for you. Nephrite, you'll be with Wen Cheng. He assigned a female. Wencheng did not refuse. Soon the teams were all arranged. Soon, everyone arrived in the sky above the Haotian civilization. Let's go. Marquis Wolf officer looked serious. He had 2 goals this time. Apart from cooking his life and obtaining Wencheng, there was another goal. He wanted to obtain an astonishing amount of resources, so that City Lord Wenyuan would have nothing to say and marry Wencheng as soon as possible. Wencheng and his companion, named Nephrite, landed in the Haotian civilization. What they saw was a desolate, collapsed area. Mountains had collapsed and the ground had cracked. There was devastation everywhere. Not far away, there was an abandoned city that was almost engulfed by the cracked ground. Their eyes lit up. "We're so lucky to encounter a city as soon as we arrived," Nephrite said happily. Chapter 2883. The 2 immediately entered and were delighted to find a large number of abandoned resources. There were all kinds of cultivation techniques, doctrine artifacts, and even many ores. After searching for 2 days, they had searched the entire city. Nephrite weighed the 5 spatial storage devices in her hand and was extremely excited. "This is the first time I've obtained so many resources. The City Lord will definitely praise me when we return." They were really lucky this time. Others might still be searching for resources at this moment, but they had already obtained countless resources. Wencheng had to be careful. "It's been 2 days. I wonder when those monsters will return." Nephrite did not care at all and continued searching for resources. "Don't worry. There are people monitoring from the artifacts. Once danger approaches, they will immediately inform Marquis Wolf Officer, and he will inform us in turn." Wencheng thought about it and forced herself to focus on searching for resources. After all, this was a rare opportunity. The 2 of them searched the southern part of the city and searched almost every corner of the city. "It's about time to change places," Wencheng said to herself. Suddenly, the 2's messages appeared at the same time. Wencheng was shocked. "Are the monsters back?" "No, it's Marquis Wolf Officer who informed us that he found a huge city and told us to hurry over." Nephrite looked through the message happily. Wencheng frowned slightly. She did not want to go over. Being with Marquis Wolf Officer made her feel very insecure. However, they were about to leave the Haotian civilization and would meet up sooner or later. "Forget it, let's go," Wencheng said unhappily. What they didn't know was that as soon as the 2 of them left, a huge demonic beast emerged from the ruins behind them. A pair of blood-red eyes stared at the 2's backs in the dark ruins. However, it did not dare to go forward. That was because its eyes were filled with fear and dread. Clearly, it had keenly sensed that there was an extremely terrifying existence on that girl. So much so that it did not dare to move. Several hours later, the 2 quickly rushed over according to the location of the message. However, when they arrived, they were surprised to find that this was not a huge city, but an abandoned mine. Looking at the traces, it should have been excavated by someone and had no value to speak of. "Something's wrong." Wencheng immediately sensed the problem and turned to escape. However, it was too late to escape now. "Since you're already here, you still want to leave?" A huge net descended from the sky, enveloping everything nearby. Wencheng and the others only had movement techniques, but they could not escape at all. They were enveloped on the spot. A teasing female laughter came from the mine. "How have you been, Sister Wencheng?" Wencheng turned his head and immediately recognized her. "Xiaoyan." Xiaoyan was the daughter of the City Lord of the number 1 city. Ever since she was young, she had been born an outstanding beauty, beautiful and moving. That wasn't all. Her cultivation was also great, already reaching the peak of the Tao Lord realm. Her status was also higher than hers. In short, he was better than Wencheng in every aspect. She was dressed in a long blue gown and looked very lovely. Her beautiful face had a faint smile on it. A large group of cultivators from the first city surged out from behind her and subdued the 2 women. They then snatched the resources that they had painstakingly gathered and handed them over to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up and his smile widened. I didn't expect you to have such a great harvest, right? Just the two of you have found more than the 10 of us. Wen Cheng bit her lips and said, We got it, let us go. There was a rule between the cities of broken civilizations. They were not allowed to kill each other over resources. This was a bottom line. There were not many cultivators in broken civilizations to begin with. If they were to engage in a fierce battle because of this, it would wear down their vitality. Sooner or later, people from other civilizations would take advantage of this weakness and invade. Sure. However, aren't you concerned about how I was able to trick you into coming here? Xiao Yan asked. The one who had sent the message was Marquis Wolf Officer. Marquis Wolf Officer's current situation was obvious. She clapped her hands, and 2 people from Profound Literature City were brought over. One of them was Marquis Wolf Officer. When he realized that Wen Cheng had also been subdued, he struggled angrily and said, Xiao Yan, come at me if you have any problems. Don't make things difficult for Wen Cheng. He looked as if he was extremely concerned about Wen Cheng. However, in Wen Cheng's eyes, he was too pretentious and did not affect her emotions at all. She was even a little disappointed. It would be great if Xiao Yan could kill Marquis Wolf Officer. Hee. What a sincere Marquis Wolf Officer, Xiao Yan said regretfully. You don't want a great beauty like me, but you want that little girl Wen Cheng. I really don't know what you're thinking. It seemed that Xiao Yan had publicly announced that she had taken a liking to Marquis Wolf Officer, but had been flatly rejected by him. Marquis Wolf Officer said sternly, I, Marquis Wolf Officer, have only liked Wen Cheng in my life. I, Marquis Wolf Officer, appreciate Miss Xiao Yan's affection. His words seemed to come from the depths of his heart. They were especially sincere and moved people's hearts, causing Xiao Yan's eyes to shimmer. Stop pretending. Don't you find it disgusting? Wen Cheng said bluntly, undisguised disgust on her face. She stared at Xiao Yan and said, Tell me, which eye are you blind? Why would you take a liking to the old, ugly, and lecherous Marquis Wolf Officer? If you really take a liking to him, then be together with him. What are you pretending in front of me for? Women understood other women the best. Xiao Yan would take a liking to Marquis Wolf Officer? What a joke! Even if she died, she would not even look at Marquis Wolf Officer. Now, she was saying such things in front of her. Wasn't she trying to set off Marquis Wolf Officer? Wen Cheng was almost certain that the 2 of them were in cahoots. They were singing the same tune, showing off their friendship. Marquis Wolf Officer's face stiffened, his eyes flashing. Xiao Yan's pupils also contracted, but she pretended to be calm and sighed. Little sister Wen Cheng, you really don't know how lucky you are. Marquis Wolf Officer is the #1 warrior of Profound Literature City. Isn't it normal for me to have feelings for him? On the other hand, you are his fiancée, but you don't know how to cherish him. As an outsider, I can't stand it. Wen Cheng laughed. If you can't stand it, then don't look. Let me go. Xiao Yan's expression was somewhat unsightly. Wen Cheng's personality was too stubborn, and she couldn't be persuaded with words. A gentleman has the beauty of helping others achieve their goals. I'll fulfill you 2 lovebirds. Xiao Yan took out 2 jade bottles. Wen Cheng sensed that something was wrong. What are you doing? Xiao Yan had a faint smile on his face. This is a resource I just found. It's useful for 2 people who are in love with each other. It's perfect for you and Marquis Wolf. What? Wen Cheng's face instantly turned deathly pale, and she said angrily, You dare! Marquis Wolf Officer was overjoyed. This was indeed a trap he had set up. He and Xiao Yan had joined hands and were prepared to openly take care of Wen Cheng. Afterwards, when the Profound Literature City Lord interrogated them, anyone could testify that he had betrayed them. What was done, and Wen Cheng had lost her purity. What else could she do besides marry him? Chapter 2884. Of course, on the surface, Marquis Wolf Officer would righteously refuse. Xiao Yan, I won't allow you to hurt Wen Cheng. Stop. Otherwise, you and I will be irreconcilable. Xiao Yan smiled sweetly. I'll help you, but you still want to be irreconcilable with me? How heartless. Marquis Langguan struggled with all his might and growled. Don't do this to Wen Cheng. She's just a kind child. When Wen Cheng heard this, he was unmoved. All that was left in his eyes was a disdainful sneer. Keep pretending. Did he really think that she couldn't tell that the two of them were conspiring? How could she not know what kind of person Marquis Wolf Officer was? Lecherous as life itself. Now that he was about to obtain her, why would he resist so fiercely? He was just putting on an act for everyone to see. In fact, he was incomparably happy. However, even though she understood, Wen Cheng could not point out. She could only seek help from Suyu. Ryu, save me. However, what caused Wen Cheng's heart to fall to rock bottom was that there was no response from his shoulder. Even when Xiao Yan walked up to him with a smile, Suyu still showed no signs of showing himself. Could it be that he saw that the situation was bad and slipped away quietly? Thinking of this, Wen Cheng could not help but panic. It was as if his strong support had suddenly collapsed. Don't leave me behind. She sent a telepathic message, but there was still no response, until Xiao Yan opened the jade bottle and blew at Wen Cheng. Wen Cheng immediately felt his eyelids become heavy, and his body became extremely hot. Then he fainted. Afterwards, Xiao Yan took out another small bottle and blew it towards Marquis Wolf Officer. There was actually nothing inside the bottle, but Marquis Wolf Officer pretended to be poisoned and fainted on the spot. Send them to the bridal chamber. Xiao Yan smiled slightly. Immediately, someone carried them into the underground mine. Let's go. With a wave of her hand, the group of people left in satisfaction. Who would have thought that as soon as he flew into the air, he would see a figure sitting cross-legged in the clouds? The other party was dressed in a black robe, and it was impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman. Xiao Yan's expression was solemn. This was the abandoned Haoqian civilization, and only two types of people existed here. One was his own people, and the other was his enemies. The other party was most likely someone sent by another city. Who is it? Xiao Yan shouted. Suyu looked at her and said indifferently, Since you have fallen in love with Marquis Langguan and feel that he is a dragon among men, why don't you leave the opportunity for yourself? Xiao Yan's eyes were cold as he said, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just advising you to mind your own business. You probably can't interfere in the affairs of my #1 city. As the daughter of the city lord of the largest city, her status was revered and few could compare to her. These words came from the confidence in his bones, and he wasn't trying to be tough on the outside but weak on the inside. They believed that the people of the broken civilization did not have the right to meddle in their business. However, Suyu was not one of them. I am a kind and charitable person, and I love to help people achieve their goals. Suyu walked over slowly. Today, I will do a good deed to help you achieve your goal. Xiao Yan sneered. With so many of them, would they be afraid of a single person? Needless to say, her companions immediately stepped forward. You must be blind to come and find trouble alone. This kind of person might have some treasures that he thinks are powerful. We should be more cautious and attack together. Suyu took a step forward, the time rippling beneath his feet. The surrounding space immediately froze, including the group of people. Suyu walked into the crowd and grabbed Xiao Yan, who was laughing coldly. He then found the bottle of secret medicine in her sleeves. He then brought it into the underground mine. In the mine, the two of them were still unconscious. You carried Wen Cheng and put Xiao Yan down. He then blew the bottle of medicine toward Marquis Langguan. Xiao Yan's body had been frozen in time, but her consciousness was not. She watched as Su Yu rescued Wen Cheng and drugged Marquis Langguan, but she could not resist. After doing all this, Su Yu casually set up a barrier, saying, "Have a good night with the hero you admire." He flicked his finger, and the time freeze immediately ended. Xiao Yan tried to rush out in a panic, but she was blocked by the barrier. With her strength, she could not break it. "No, let me out, let me out," Xiao Yan said in fear. Su Yu stood outside, calmly saying, "I have the right to help you. You like Marquis Langguan so much and feel that he is so outstanding. Why are you resisting? Wouldn't it be better to enjoy it?" He waved his hands and left leisurely. "No!" Xiao Yan screamed. "Ugh!" A light sound came from behind her. Xiao Yan looked over in fear, only to see Marquis Langguan slowly opening his eyes. His gaze was blurry, a result of the medicine taking effect. "No. How can my innocence be ruined by a useless old man like you? I am a woman who is going to marry into a 9-star civilization," Xiao Yan screamed. Just as Wen Cheng had said, she was the daughter of the city master of the #1 city. She had looks, talents, and status. What was Marquis Langguan? He was at most a servant, and an old, ugly, and lowly servant. How could she like him? Seeing that Marquis Langguan was about to wake up, Xiao Yan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. She pulled out a dagger and stabbed it toward Marquis Langguan's heart. "Don't blame me. Blame yourself for being too dirty and not worthy of me." Xiao Yan's expression was ferocious. However, just as she was about to stab him, Marquis Langguan woke up completely and grabbed Xiao Yan's wrist. His eyes were bloodshot, and he panted heavily. He had clearly realized that he was on the verge of collapse. Xiao Yan panicked and said hurriedly, "Lowly slave! Let go, or else my father will kill you." At the mention of her father, Marquis Langguan immediately let go as if out of fear. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to escape, he pounced on her like a wild beast and pressed her down, kissing and groping her all over. "Ah, you dirty thing, get out of my way!" Xiao Yan screamed. Marquis Langguan was merely a slave that her father had groomed. He had purposely arranged for him to enter Profound Knowledge City and become a spy. He had also thought of ways to gain control of Profound Knowledge City. The first step was to marry Wen Cheng and become the son-in-law of Profound Knowledge City's city master. The second step was to kill Profound Knowledge City's city master. This way, Profound Knowledge City would fall into the hands of the first city without bloodshed. Everything had been carried out flawlessly, but the appearance of the black-robed man had messed up the plan. The more Xiao Yan struggled, the harder it was for Marquis Langguan to control himself. With a low roar, he tore apart Xiao Yan's clothes and crazily invaded her body at the same time. Su Yu brought Wen Cheng to a safe area where they could meet up. Along the way, he had already removed the secret medicine from Wen Cheng's body. At the meeting place, the members of Profound Knowledge City had all returned. There was an alarm that the nearby demonic beasts were returning and would soon reoccupy the collapsed area. Hence, they had to leave. The arrival of the black-robed man made them wary. Chapter 2885. When they saw the unconscious Wen Cheng, they all turned pale with fright and surrounded her. Su Yu put her on the ground expressionlessly and said, "When she wakes up, tell her I'll go back when I have time." As he spoke, he teleported and disappeared, leaving the horrified crowd to support Wen Cheng into the flying magic treasure. "Why isn't Marquis Wolf Officer back yet?" the crowd asked worriedly. Roar! In the distance, the strange cries of demonic beasts could be heard, and a large cloud of smoke and dust rose into the sky. "We can't wait any longer, we must leave." The crowd made a prompt decision and steered the flying treasure away from the ground. Rumble! They could see with the naked eye that the ground was densely packed with demonic beasts like locusts passing through, reoccupying the collapsed area. "It's over. Marquis Wolf Officer has been sacrificed." The crowd sighed. The huge commotion woke Wencheng up from her coma. She looked around at her companions in confusion, then at the familiar flying treasure. She rubbed her aching forehead. Where are we? Miss, we have left the Haotian civilization. Left? Wencheng suddenly woke up, looking at the Haotian civilization that was getting further and further away, feeling even more confused. Wasn't she drugged by Xiaoyan and about to be ravaged by Marquis Wolf Officer? Could it be? Wencheng's face turned pale as she thought of this, and she immediately touched her body. But, to her surprise, there were no signs of her being violated, and she could not help but be shocked. Who saved me? Wencheng asked. A mysterious man in black sent you to us, the crowd said with a strange expression. It's her. Wencheng's disappointed heart immediately came back to life, and her small face was full of joy. I knew Sister Ryu would not leave me behind. She immediately sent a telepathic message. Ryu, you are so bad. Why didn't you save me earlier? Unfortunately, there was no response. She tried several times, but there was no sound, which made her even more surprised. Miss, before the man in black left, he said he would come back when he had time. Wencheng's heart, which had just been filled with joy, fell to the bottom again. Her mood had been full of twists and turns, all because of Suyu. He left. Wencheng was extremely disappointed. Although they had only known each other for a short time, Suyu had given her so many surprises and so many differences. Her dull life had a trace of color that had never been there before. Did he really say he would come back? Wencheng asked blankly. Yes. Wencheng was stunned for a long time before he waved his hand. Let's go back. All of a sudden, she felt something heavy in her sleeve. She looked inside and saw more than a dozen spatial storage devices. Other than the 5 that had been snatched away by Xiaoyan, there were 7 or 8 other strangers. He opened it and saw that it was full of resources. Wencheng immediately understood that Suyu had not only saved him from Xiaoyan's evil hands, but had also taken away all of his resources. In the past, great Wencheng would have been overjoyed. This was because these resources were enough for Wenyuan City to use for more than 10 years. It was enough for them to calmly send an expeditionary force to an even more distant, abandoned civilization in search of the necessary resources. But now, Wencheng could not be happy at all, because what was gained was far from enough to make up for what was lost. Speaking of Suyu, left alone in the abandoned Haotian civilization, he sat on the rubble of an abandoned city. Looking at the flood of demonic beasts that were occupying the abandoned city, a demonic beast with a chaotic aura is really unusual, Suyu muttered to himself. He saw with his own eyes that these chaos beasts could turn into mist. Suyu was no stranger to such an ability. The little Kailin also knew this trick. Let's test their abilities first. Suyu leaped into the tide of beasts. His plan was to take all the beasts for his own use and turn them into a part of his power. However, if their spiritual intelligence and strength were not up to the task, then they would be useless. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of a large number of demonic beasts. They rushed over in a frenzy and attacked Suyu. Suyu looked at them one by one. Early stage of the Earth Law Master and Heaven Law Master. Not bad. Among them, the weakest was at the early stage of the Earth Law Master, and the strongest was at the early stage of the Heaven Law Master. The rarest thing was that their numbers were huge. If he could tame all of them, it would be an unimaginably terrifying power. Seeing a few attacks coming at him, Suyu reached out his palm and casually grabbed them, destroying all the attacks of the demonic beasts. Then he performed the secret space technique and took all the demonic beasts within his sight into the spatial storage device. After that, the entire ruins of the city were emptied. There was not a single demonic beast left. There's still a long way to go, Suyu said helplessly as he looked at the endless tide of beasts in the distance. It would take a lot of time to capture all the demonic beasts in the entire Haotian civilization. He leaped and left. From a hidden place in the ruins, two young men in luxurious clothes walked out with their hands behind their backs. Their temperaments were indifferent, and their expressions were calm. There was no trace of a broken civilization struggling to survive in their eyes. I didn't expect there to be such experts among the wanderers. The purple-robed young man on the left was dumbfounded. The red-robed young man on the right said, "It's reasonable. Over the years, how many criminals have the Nine-Star civilization exiled to the barren land? Some of them are extremely talented. After countless years of training, it's not surprising that they have reached their current level." "That's true," the purple-robed young man said thoughtfully. The conversation between the two revealed their identities. They were from the Nine-Star civilization. However, this person is also stupid. He wants to capture all the demonic beasts in the Haotian civilization with his own strength. He's overestimating himself. How many demonic beasts are there in the Haotian civilization? It's impossible to capture all of them without at least 8 to 10 years. The red-robed young man did not think so. He said, "It only shows that the other party's information is too limited. He doesn't know that there is a king among these beasts. If he can capture it, he can command all the demonic beasts. It's much easier than capturing them one by one." The purple-robed young man smiled. "Let's not waste any more time. Let's go find the king of the demonic beasts and remove the sharp horn on its head." The red-robed young man laughed. "You want to woo that fairy too? I advise you to give up early. There are many people who are pursuing her. Ha, as if you didn't come here to find what the fairy needs to please her." The two of them looked at each other, and there was a hint of hostility between them. However, they had a tacit understanding and did not make a move. Instead, they left one after another to find the king of the demonic beasts. What they did not know was that after they left, a light suddenly flashed in the sky, and Su Yu's figure appeared. Chapter 2886. But who is this fairy they are talking about? Is she worth falling out with for a woman? How childish. Su Yu shook his head and followed the two young men silently. They had come prepared and had a way to find the demonic beast king. The purple-robed young man used a compass to locate the location and finally found a 5-finger-shaped lake. This should be the mark left behind by a certain powerful being in the civilization. It's inside. The red-robed young man stared at the calm and deep lake and narrowed his eyes. With a pinch of his fingers, he took out a ball of lightning from his sleeve and threw it into the hole. Whoosh! All of a sudden, lightning flashed in the lake, illuminating the entire lake. All the fish in the lake died in an instant. Splash! At the same time, a shocking wave rose into the sky and slammed into the air. Looking over, an incomparably large black qilin actually emerged from the water. Su Yu's eyes narrowed. Qilin. The little qilin was the only one left in the 8-star civilization that had gone extinct. He did not expect to see a mature one on an abandoned 9-star civilization. "Why are you bothering me?" The black qilin stared at the two young men coldly and angrily. It was exuding the powerful aura of a middle-stage, heavenly lawmaster. However, in the face of the two seemingly weak young men, there was a hint of fear in the black qilin's eyes. "Haha, we are bothering you. We have come to discuss something with you." The purple-robed young man's lips curled into a faint smile. He did not look like he was facing a giant creature that had yet to appear. He was only facing a slave who had given him everything he wanted. "Speak." The black qilin's eyes flickered, and he finally suppressed his murderous intent and said calmly. The purple-robed young man said, "I have come to borrow a pair of horns from your head." The black qilin released black flames all over its body, and its eyes were burning with anger. "Are you kidding me? This horn is the foundation of my existence. How could I give it to someone else?" Most of its essence was concentrated in the two horns on its head. The purple-robed young man took out a token and waved it in front of the black qilin. "The Feng family?" The black qilin was shocked, and the fear in its eyes turned into fear. The Fong family was a powerful race among the 9-star civilizations. Every clansman was born with a wind attribute domain. The powerful beings in the clan were even more earth-shattering existences. Looks like you have some sense. The purple-robed youth took back the token and said, "Give me a pair of horns now. It's better than my Fong clan coming to find you, right? You should know how miserable your fate will be if they find you." The black Qilin was filled with fear. With its powerful cultivation, once it was found by the experts of the Fong clan, it would at least be imprisoned forever and become a pet of the Fong clan. In the worst-case scenario, they might be captured and killed, and all of the materials on their bodies would be sold. Whichever it was, the black Qilin would rather die than encounter it. "I can only give you one horn, and you must guarantee that no one will disturb me again," said the black Qilin. The purple-robed youth licked his lips. No problem. He wanted a pair because he wanted to bargain. He would be satisfied if he could get one. The black Qilin gritted its teeth and endured the pain as it slammed its head into the boulder by the lake. Crack! One of the horns on its head broke immediately. Before it could clean the blood on its head, the black Qilin kicked the horn to the purple-robed youth. "Take it and don't come back." "All right." The purple-robed youth picked up the horn and left with a smile. The black Qilin stared at the other red-robed youth and frowned. "Why aren't you leaving?" At that moment, the purple-robed youth looked at it with a faint smile. "Let me introduce you to the ancient Tomb clan. We're not on the same side." "What?" The black Qilin thought that the two of them were on the same side and asking for the same thing. The black Qilin felt like it had been tricked. If it had known this would happen, it would not have handed over the broken horn so easily. "What do you want then?" The black Qilin said, "Don't tell me you want the other horn too? If that's the case, I can only apologize. If it lost both of its horns, it would no longer be able to stand in the Hautian civilization. It would not be able to command all the monsters and become their king. It would most likely be killed and replaced by some of the more ambitious monsters." "Of course not. Why would I want your horn?" the red-robed youth said. The black Qilin heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he was not asking for the horn, everything else was negotiable. "What I want is your heart." The red-robed youth took out an ancient skeleton dagger and said, "I heard that your heart is different from ordinary creatures. If you give it to the person you love, you'll fall in love with the person who gave it to you?" The black Qilin's face darkened. "You're shameless." The two of them were conspiring. First, they tricked the black Qilin out of its horn, causing its cultivation level to drop. Then, they revealed their true colors and took its life. The purple-robed youth turned around and waved the horn in his hand. "Congratulations, you're right." The two of them had no intention of letting the black Qilin go. "Accept your fate, black Qilin. You're one of the few wild Qilins in the world. Everything you have, even a single hair, is worth a lot." The red-robed youth waved the dagger in his hand. "No." The black Qilin was enraged. Black flames shot into the sky. However, compared to before, it was much weaker. That was the disadvantage of having a broken horn. "It's useless," the red-robed youth said. "You have no chance of survival in front of the ancient Tomb clan." He took the black Qilin's horn from the purple-robed youth. He raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed it into the horn. It turned out that the dagger was not used to hurt the black Qilin. It was used to target the horn. However, the strange thing was that when the dagger stabbed into the horn, a red light seeped into the horn. The black Qilin actually let out a blood-curdling screech, unable to bear the burden. Its huge body ran around crazily because of the pain. In the end, it stumbled and fell to the ground. Its body kept twitching, and white foam came out of its mouth. Its eyes quickly dimmed. It was a sign that its life was fading. How could a middle-stage, heaven-down master be killed by a skeleton dagger so strangely? The red-robed youth finally smiled. He walked up to the black Qilin with the dagger in hand. He looked at the black Qilin's chest, searching for its heart. The black Qilin's eyes were filled with sorrow. It had compromised for the sake of survival. However, it did not get any sympathy from its enemies. All it had was endless greed. If it had another chance, it would not compromise so easily. Chapter 2887. Without warning, the purple-robed youth took out a golden bow and shot an arrow at the back of the red-robed youth. Plop! The red-robed youth was completely unprepared, and the arrow pierced through his heart. He turned his head in disbelief and saw the purple-robed youth sneering. "I'm sorry, but the fairy belongs to me alone." That fairy was actually so mesmerizing that they started killing each other. "You, the ancient Tomb clan, will not let you go." The red-robed youth spat out a mouthful of black blood, leaving a skull mark on the ground. He died on the spot. The purple-robed youth smiled. "You died at the hands of the black Qilin. Why are the ancient Tomb clan looking for trouble with me?" He walked forward and pulled the arrow out of the red-robed youth's back. Then he erased the traces of the youth's attack and made it look like he had been injured by a demonic beast. After that, he picked up the red-robed youth's skull dagger and stabbed it into the chest of the black Qilin. "I want your heart." However, just as he was stabbing the dagger, the purple-robed youth suddenly saw a standing, black-robed figure. He was startled. He looked sideways and found that it was a black-robed man who had appeared out of nowhere. "Who are you?" The purple-robed youth stepped back immediately and took out his golden bow, aiming at the black-robed man. Suyu raised his finger and waved it gently. A wave of space power swept out and knocked the golden bow away. At the same time, the terrifying power of the early stage of the Master of the Heaven Law was released. "Get lost," he said lightly. The purple-robed youth clenched his teeth and looked at the black Qilin on the ground. He was extremely unwilling to give up. However, there was no one around, so no one would know that he had been killed. Therefore, he could only clench his teeth and choose to leave. Suyu turned to look at the dying black Qilin and said, "Do you know what you lack?" The black Qilin was extremely weak, and Suyu's blurry figure was reflected in its dim eyes. "You lack strength." Suyu placed his palm on the black Qilin's head and activated the life domain to heal its injury. The black Qilin slowly recovered and asked, "Why did you save me?" "To give you a way to survive," Suyu said lightly. "Instead of being targeted and killed by others, why don't you follow me?" The black Qilin stared at Suyu and asked, "Can you guarantee that I won't be slaughtered if I follow you?" His eyes were filled with deep mockery. "Since you've appeared here, there's no doubt that you're also a wanderer that can't be tolerated by the 9-star civilization, right? What right do you have to give me a way out?" When Suyu saw that his injuries were almost healed, he retracted his palm and casually said, "You're right. If I don't show it to you, you'll probably really think that I'm here to take advantage of you." He raised his hand and waved it into the distance. Bang! In an instant, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. At the end of the horizon, a ball of fire burst into the sky, like a volcano suddenly erupting. Thick smoke billowed in the sky. The earth shook violently. At first glance, it looked like the waves of the sea. The intense heat, under the impact of the violent chi waves, violently swept over, igniting everything nearby. In the blink of an eye, the entire area had turned into a sea of fire. In the light of the fire, Suyu's back looked exceptionally extraordinary. It was as if he was a peerless existence that controlled the heavens and earth and suppressed the universe. The black Qilin's eyes widened, and they were filled with shock. The power of that palm was extraordinary, almost close to the later stage of the heavenly law master. Suyu quietly retracted his palm, looked at the black Qilin again, and said lightly, "Do you know your ignorance now?" He was secretly satisfied. After his soul had merged with the body of Jinghua Tianzi, he could indeed use the body to release a power that could destroy the heavens and earth. It was more than enough to scare ordinary people. The black Qilin shuddered all over. Dragging his seriously injured body, He immediately climbed up and said respectfully, "Greetings, senior. I have eyes but failed to see. I didn't know your true colors." Su Yu said lightly, "You're smart. I'll ask you one last time, will you follow me or not?" This time, the Black Kylan did not hesitate at all. He was even pleasantly surprised and excited. "Thank you for taking me in, senior. I can't thank you enough." After so many years, he had finally found a backer. One should know how difficult it was to be a demonic beast without a strong background. He would be targeted at every turn, and he might even lose his life. For example, today, a few juniors had almost killed him by relying on his family background. "Yes, I will not take you in for free. Do you understand?" The Black Kylan nodded hurriedly. I understand. That's good. Now, I want to subdue all the demonic beasts in the Hautian civilization. As the king of the demonic beasts, you can command them all. You know what to do, right?" Su Yu stated his purpose. The Black Kylan shook his head and said, "I can only command some of the demonic beasts. The rest are beyond my ability." "Huh." Su Yu frowned. "Why?" As the king of the demonic beasts, he had absolute authority. About half of the demonic beasts have been tamed by a mysterious force. I can't command them. Su Yu's eyes became serious. Someone had beaten him to it and had taken a fancy to the demonic beasts of the Hautian civilization? It doesn't matter. First, subdue the demonic beasts that you can summon. As for the rest, I will use force and cooperate with the demonic beasts that you control to subdue them. The Black Kylan hesitated. This is not good. That person who can control more than half of the demonic beasts is not someone easy to deal with. Su Yu said nothing and struck his palm at the sky again. Rumble. Another scene of heaven and earth shattering took place in the world. The Black Kylan's eyelids twitched. He said, "All right, with Master's unparalleled divine strength, you have nothing to fear. However, I'm afraid it will take some time." Su Yu looked at his fair palm and laughed self-deprecatingly. "Time is the last thing I lack now." He flipped his palm again, and a small nightmare-crossing lotus appeared in his palm. He secretly rejoiced. "Fortunately, I tried my best to repair this nightmare-crossing lotus back then, so I don't have any useful people by my side." He activated the miniature crossing evil lotus throne and released many living beings. The sinful lady, Xiao Dai, Lu Zhu, and the others could all become Su Yu's right-hand men. After explaining the situation, the living creatures of the nightmare-crossing lotus were all excited. This was a preparation for their future home. Moreover, it was a huge investment. If all the demonic beasts were subdued, it was hard to imagine how great of a force they could build. While the Hautian civilization carried out the demonic beast subduing operation that no one knew about, the broken civilization was in a state of turmoil. After a few days, when Cheng and the others finally returned to Wenyuan City. However, before Wenyuan City could bring back so many resources with them, they received a visit from the first city master. 10 days later, the first city master came to Wenyuan City with his daughter, Xiaoyan. Chapter 2888. Xiao Yan and the others did not die. Before the monster wave arrived, his companions had returned to the mine and found the defiled Xiao Yan and Marquis Wolf officer. They had brought them back. City Lord Wenyuan frowned. The first city lord did not come with good intentions. The city lords of the broken civilization rarely interacted with each other. Moreover, such a sudden visit did not seem to be a good thing. Wen Cheng, did you see Xiao Yan on the Hautian civilization? City Lord Wenyuan asked. He was worried that his daughter had provoked Xiao Yan on the broken civilization. Wen Cheng was angry when he thought about it. Naturally, he told him everything. Xiao Yan did such a thing to you? City Lord Wenyuan was furious. Wen Cheng said calmly, "It's not strange for Xiao Yan to do anything. We are competitors. Father should be concerned about Marquis Wolf officer. I suspect that he is on the first city lord side." No one was a fool. City Lord Wenyuan was no exception. From all the signs, It seemed that Marquis Wolf Officer had lured Wencheng over and cooperated with Xiao Yan to violate Wencheng. Where is he? Did he come back with you? City, Lord Wenyuan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He could tolerate Marquis Wolf Officer being old, ugly, and lecherous. As long as he was capable, he could ignore all these. However, if he was disloyal, no matter how capable he was, he could not tolerate him. I don't know. After I was saved, I haven't seen Marquis Wolf Officer again. Wencheng said, however, since Xiao Yan is back, I think Marquis Wolf Officer should be back soon, right? City, Lord Wenyuan was furious. He clenched his fists. It seems that some of the rumors are true. In the broken civilization, there was a city similar to Wenyuan City. That city had recently changed its city lord. The new city lord was not the son or daughter of the old city lord, but his son-in-law. That city lord had betrothed his daughter to an extremely capable subordinate. Not long after the wedding, the city lord suddenly died. The most bizarre thing was that his sons, for some reason, had all given up on inheriting their father's position as city lord and recommended their son-in-law to take over. After the son-in-law took over, the sons and daughters of the old city lords had not shown themselves for almost 2 or 3 years. Some people suspected that this son-in-law had once served the first city lord. Everything was most likely a plot by the first city lord. He wanted to become the son-in-law of the first city lord and then kill the old city lord. Finally, he wanted to force the first city lord's heirs to abdicate and then get rid of all of them afterwards. Just like that, an entire city easily changed its surname. Now that he thought about it, Marquis Wolf Officer wanted to marry Wencheng at all costs. Even the daughter of the first city lord was insidiously trying to set them up. How similar was it to the city that had changed its name? Guards! Contact Marquis Wolf Officer. City, Lord Wenyuan finally made up his mind. Wencheng was delighted. Father, what are you going to do? Of course, it's to cancel the engagement between you two. City Lord Wenyuan made a decision that made Wencheng feel slightly disappointed. She thought that her father was enraged and wanted to kill Marquis Wolf Official. Unfortunately, that was not the case. It could be seen that City Lord Wenyuan was very afraid of the number 1 city lord. Knowing that Marquis Wolf Officer was his subordinate, he did not dare to move. Prepare yourself well. The number 1 city lord will come in 10 days, and he definitely won't have any good intentions. City Lord Wenyuan's mood was heavy. He had an uneasy feeling that a storm was brewing. At the same time, on the Haotian civilization, Su Yu rode on the Black Qilin and ordered the captured demonic beasts to capture the other half of the demonic beasts on the civilization. With his abilities, coupled with the help of many demonic beasts, he was able to divide and surround the remaining demonic beasts. The process of capturing tens of thousands of demonic beasts was much smoother than expected. It would take at most 7 or 8 days to capture all of them. Master, look. The Black Qilin summoned a demonic beast that it could not capture to its front and pointed at its belly. There was a black skull imprint on its belly. The imprint was vivid and lifelike, like a living creature. This is the imprint left behind by that mysterious force, the Black Qilin said. A black skull? So you did not care at all. He wiped the imprint of the skull with his palm and erased it. He said expressionlessly, Continue. Continue until all the demonic beasts on the Haotian civilization have been captured. A few days later, finally, all the demonic beasts on the Haotian civilization had been captured. The horde of demonic beasts that the broken civilization had feared had all fallen into Su Yu's hands. All that was left was to tame them. Su Yu sent all the demonic beasts into the lotus seat of evil spirits, then asked the sinful lady and the others to help him tame them as soon as possible so that they would become a demonic beast army that would obey his orders. After doing all that, Su Yu weighed the cavern world in his hand. It was filled with resources that he had collected during the process of capturing the demonic beasts. Su Yu did not need these resources, but he could give them to Wencheng as a gift. Consider it a little farewell gift, Suyu said lightly. In the future, there might be very little interaction between them. He leaped up and returned to the broken civilization on the back of the black Qilin. He appeared directly in Wen Cheng's boudoir. Splash! As soon as he entered, he heard the crisp sound of water splashing. He turned his head subconsciously and could not help but be stunned. He saw that Wen Cheng was taking a bath in the room. Her mature body was lying naked in the bathtub, and her entire body could be seen clearly. Su Yu's arrival made Wen Cheng scream subconsciously, "Ah, it's Ryu?" But she quickly realized who it was. Her tone changed, and she said in surprise, "You're finally back?" "Hulala!" She got up from the bathtub and ran quickly toward Suyu. Suyu immediately looked away and said, "Well, put on your clothes first." Unexpectedly, Wen Cheng hugged Suyu from behind and rubbed Suyu's chest with both hands. She said, "We are both women. Are you afraid that I will eat you up?" Suyu slapped her hands away and said, "Be serious." He was not afraid that Wen Cheng would eat him up. He was afraid that he would eat Wen Cheng up. Wen Cheng chuckled. "Don't give me that. A person who likes to rub her chest has the nerve to ask me to be serious?" As she spoke, she took a bath towel and wrapped it around her body. It was only then that Suyu turned around and looked at her, who was dripping wet and smiling. He said, "I came here to express my gratitude." When he first came to the 9-star civilization, he was indebted to Wen Cheng's help. Wen Cheng understood the meaning behind his words and immediately hugged Suyu's arm. "Are you leaving?" Her eyes turned red immediately. "I don't want you to go." Ever since she was a child, she had very few friends. Suyu gently touched her forehead with his palm, and a trace of the domain of life flowed into her right eye. In an instant, her right eye regained its brightness. "All good things must come to an end. Since I have come, I will leave sooner or later." Suyu patted her shoulder. Wen Cheng said, but can't you stay? You can do whatever you want of me. Really." Chapter 2889. Suyu glanced at her chest and frowned. "It's not even as big as mine." "Then help me rub it bigger," Wen Cheng said, blushing. Suyu composed himself. He finally realized that the seemingly decent girl was actually the most deceitful of them all. Ahem. Suyu coughed softly and said, "I still have many things to do, so I can't stay in the broken civilization. I'm afraid we won't meet again after today." He took out a cavern world, which was filled with countless resources, enough for Wen Cheng to use for a lifetime. It was even enough for the broken civilization to survive for 10,000 years. "This is for you." He stuffed it into Wen Cheng's hands. Wen Cheng threw it on the table without looking at it. She only looked at Suyu. "I have never had friends. You are the first. If you must go, can you take me with you? I want to see a wider world, to know the splendor beyond the broken civilization, to see the prosperity described in the books." Wen Cheng had been immersed in books all her life. In the books, she saw a strange and dazzling world. That was what she had always wanted. Suyu was silent. He looked at the dark sky and said, "I can't help you realize it." He was going to face the Emperor of the Holy Mountain, an unimaginable enemy. With Wen Cheng by his side, he would only see killing and bloodshed, not the beautiful and comfortable world described in the books. Wen Cheng's eyes dimmed, and she lowered her head. "Then you go." Suyu sighed in his heart. He had his own path to follow and could not take Wen Cheng with him. The space around him fluctuated. He was about to teleport away when he suddenly stopped. His eyes passed through the house and shot outside the city master's mansion. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. "What's wrong? Is there trouble in Wenyuan City?" Wen Cheng was upset. "It has nothing to do with you. Go." Suyu said, "It's okay if I go, but is your father sure he doesn't care? Someone seems to be targeting your father." "What?" Wen Cheng immediately raised her head. "Who? Where?" Suyu rolled up his sleeves and took her away with the space domain. arriving above the city master's mansion. Looking down, Wencheng saw a few sneaky figures near her father's study. They were plotting something. They had deliberately disguised themselves to hide their scent, so it was difficult to detect them even if they were standing next to them. After Su Yu pointed several times, Wencheng finally saw them clearly. "What are they doing?" Wencheng Xian said in shock. "Those are the servants of the mansion. Some of them have been in the mansion for decades." Wencheng recognized one of them. It was the housekeeper of the city lord mansion. She couldn't believe that the housekeeper wanted to harm her father. "You'll know once you take a look," Su Yu said casually. After a brief discussion, they each took out an explosive-type Dao artifact and threw it into the study. "Ah, father!" Wencheng screamed. Su Yu waved his hand casually and created a space ripple to block his voice. He said, "Don't panic. Let's wait and see." Wencheng was burning with anxiety. After observing silently, he finally noticed something amiss. It was not easy to observe from the ground, but it was easy to see from midair that there was actually no one in the collapsed study. Only a Dao artifact that was constantly releasing projections was smashed into smithereens. When the butler and the others saw the Dao artifact, they sensed that something was amiss. "Not good, it's a trap." The group of people had a bad premonition, but they were still a step too late. From under the ruins of the study, a spiderweb-like spell suddenly appeared, rapidly expanding to 1,000 feet wide. The housekeeper and the others could not retreat in time and were stuck in the giant web. They tried to break free, but the more they struggled, the deeper they sank. Clatter, clatter. A series of light footsteps could be heard. The housekeeper and the others turned their heads to look, and their expressions changed. City Lord Wenyuan clasped his hands behind his back and led the experts of his mansion over from the guest room next door. Looking at the housekeeper and the others, City Lord Wenyuan let out a deep sigh. It's hard to guard against a thief in one's own house. The housekeepers who have been loyal for decades are actually the people of the first city lord. It turned out that City Lord Wenyuan had anticipated that the first city lord did not come with good intentions and was suspicious. So he quietly moved to the guest room next door and placed a Dao artifact in the study to lure the snake out of its hole. In the end, the snake really did come out, and there was more than one. The housekeeper's face turned pale. "City Lord, listen to me. I was forced." A group of strong men beside the city lord stepped forward coldly and ended their lives. This was the fate of traitors. However, City Lord Wenyuan did not leave. He said without lifting his head, "Sir, you've hugged my daughter for long enough. Can you put her down and talk nicely?" "Oh." Su Yu was surprised. "You can actually discover me." He had released the space realm, hiding himself and Wencheng in an incorporeal state. His disguise technique was much better than that of the housekeeper and the others. He did not expect City Lord Wenyuan to discover them. He let out a light laugh, descending from midair and putting Wencheng down. To be able to become a city lord, there is indeed no simple character. City Lord Wenyuan pulled Wencheng behind him, calmly saying, "You flatter me." The strong men behind him understood tacitly, surrounding Su Yu in the center. "Father, he is." Wencheng's words were interrupted by City Lord Wenyuan. "Did you really think I did not know that there was someone hidden in your room?" No one knew a daughter better than her father. How could City Lord Wenyuan not be suspicious of Wencheng's series of strange actions? He had long known that Wencheng had hidden someone in the room. But the other party did not harm Wencheng, so City Lord Wenyuan chose to ignore it. But now the first city lord was eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey, wanting to kill the city lord. City Lord Wenyuan could no longer tolerate it. "Your Excellency, you have been pestering my daughter for so long. Shouldn't you tell me what you are planning?" City Lord Wenyuan calmly said. Su Yu smiled. "Pestering? Well, I guess so." Su Yu's white hand grabbed the brim of the black robe on his head and removed it, revealing the face of Jinhua, Tianzi hidden beneath the black robe. Her breathtakingly beautiful appearance instantly stunned the surrounding experts. City Lord Wenyuan was also deeply stunned, but the shock only lasted for a moment before it was replaced by shock. He stumbled back, shocked. You are Fairy Jingyu of the Goddess Clan." Suyu, who had been smiling, suddenly froze. Crash! His figure flickered and appeared in front of City Lord Wenyuan. He hurriedly said, "Have you seen Xia Jingyu?" His current appearance was exactly the same as Xia Jingyu's. City Lord Wenyuan had called him Fairy Jingyu. It was obvious that he had seen Xia Jingyu before. City Lord Wenyuan had not recovered from his shock. He subconsciously replied, I have, aren't you her?" He had really seen Xia Jingyu. "When did you see her? Where is she?" Suyu hurriedly asked. Chapter 2890. After a pause, Wenyuan City Master asked in surprise, "Aren't you Fairy Jingyu?" 20 years ago, Xia Jingyu must have gained a foothold in the 9-star civilization back then. Moreover, she returned to the Goddess Clan as she wished. Judging from Wenyuan City Master's tone, she must have been doing well. Su Yu's heart, which had been hanging in suspense for a long time, was finally at ease. As long as she's doing well. He suddenly lost the desire to look for Xia Jingyu. Now, Xia Jingyu was the leader of the Goddess Clan, the first beauty of the 9-star civilization. Her reputation and status were one, and she was the most dazzling existence in the world. But what about himself? He had fled from the 8-star civilization to this place. Not only had he lost his body, but he had also become a vagrant with nothing. Therefore, the closer he got to Xia Jingyu, the more he dared not approach her. "I am not her. I am just an old friend of hers." Su Yu's expression was bleak. An old friend? An old friend who looked so similar? Wenyuan City Master found it very surreal. After a long while, he finally accepted Su Yu's words and said, "Are you her sister? If you are, you should look for her. Fairy Jingyu is not doing well." "Huh." Su Yu's eyes were filled with concern. "Why?" Wenyuan City Master sighed. "This is no secret. The master of the Goddess Clan has always been looking for a suitable partner for Fairy Jingyu. I once saw Fairy Jingyu's lonely and melancholy face. I'm sure she must be very unhappy. Moreover, there are rumors that Fairy Jingyu is a member of the Goddess Clan in name, but is actually being controlled by them." What? Su Yu's heart was filled with a strong murderous intent. He remembered what Qingyan had said. Xia Jingyu was not safe now, and she had asked him to rescue her as soon as possible. Could this be what she was talking about? If that was the case, he had to speed up his pace to find Xia Jingyu and take her away from this abyss of suffering. "You must be the one who rescued my daughter from the Hautian civilization, right?" Wenyuan City Master thought for a moment, then suddenly knelt down on one knee. "I have a presumptuous request. I hope you can grant it." Su Yu looked at him calmly. "Speak." Wenyuan City Master said bitterly, "To tell you the truth, Wenyuan City has been targeted by the #1 City Master. It doesn't matter if I can't escape, but Wencheng cannot be involved with me. Sir, please take my daughter away from the broken civilization." He could imagine that Su Yu must possess exceptional abilities, as he was able to pull Wenqing out of Marquis Langguan's hands as if he was in an uninhabited place, and even snatched the space storage artifact from Xiaoyan's body. Moreover, he bore no malice towards Wencheng and was trustworthy. "I refuse," Su Yu said mercilessly. City Lord Wenyuan continued to plead, "Please, sir, I already said that I refuse." Su Yu's face was expressionless, and he seemed cold and merciless. City Lord Wenyuan still wanted to plead, but when Cheng held him up and said sadly, "Father, don't plead anymore. Ruyu doesn't owe us anything. She has no obligation to help us." Her eyes were red and firm. "Su Ruyu, thank you. Please go. Father, and I will be fine." How could she be fine? It was clear that he planned to live and die with his father and profound knowledge city. Okay, then I will go, Suyu said. She took a large step forward, preparing to leave. When Chung stared at her back, tears welling up in his eyes. His heart was filled with endless sorrow. His last friend had left him. But Suyu stepped in front of the stone bench and sat cross-legged on it. When Chung blinked her red eyes and cried, "What are you doing?" "Walk over to the stone bench and sit for a while. Didn't you reject my father?" When Cheng's heart began to race, Suyu smiled calmly. "I refuse to take you with me because I plan to stay here." Staying for a few days to deal with the first city, Lord, was not a big deal. Just dealing with the Nirvana demonic beasts would take a few days. When Chung cried tears of joy, she pounced forward and hugged Suyu's head tightly, pulling him into her chest. The soft touch caused Suyu's face to feel a strong sense of strangeness. He hurriedly pushed Wen Chung away, exasperated. "Watch your image!" Wen Chung was all smiles as she hugged his neck again and sat on his thighs. "What are you afraid of? We have a deep sisterly relationship." "Bah! Who has a deep sisterly relationship with you?" "I am a man." City Lord Wen Yuan could not take it anymore and covered his eyes. Cough, cough! "Wen Chung, watch your words." With that, Wen Chung jumped down, but hugged Suyu's arm tightly, not moving an inch. City Lord Wen Yuan said seriously, "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Su. However, the first City Lord is very powerful and has many strong men under him. I am afraid he will bring you great trouble." Su smiled lightly. "A few worms are not qualified to bring me trouble. It is better for them to come together and let me take care of them all at once. It will save me a trip to the first city." Everyone was stunned as they stared unblinkingly at the beautiful woman. Why did it sound like the first city Lord was not even worth mentioning? One had to know that was a peak expert from a broken civilization. All right, I will let the strong men of Winyuan City cooperate with Miss Su and try to intimidate the first City Lord. It would be best to defeat them without bloodshed, City Lord Winyuan said. Obviously, he did not think that Suyu had the ability to destroy the first City Lord with a flick of his finger. Suyu did not mind. It did not matter if it was a misunderstanding. At the same time, the Haotian civilization, all the demonic beasts on it had been captured. It was empty and silent. Several people with skull marks on their bodies were galloping in the mighty Haotian civilization. Where are our demonic beasts? Why is there not a single one? The group of people searched for a long time to no avail and stopped on a huge rock. What the hell? There are countless demonic beasts on the Haotian civilization. Who has the ability to capture them all? Amidst the commotion, one of the people suddenly took out a jade plate. There was a flickering red light on it. "There is one more!" They galloped along with the red light and appeared in a collapsed city. This was the city that Wen Chung and Nephrite had searched for. Amidst the perturbed ruins, they found a demonic beast that had been suppressed and buried here. The demonic beast was dying. It looked at the group of people and said with difficulty, "Greetings, masters. Speak, where are the demonic beasts here?" There was a hint of fear on its face. They were captured by a black-robed man who mastered the space domain. A person with a skull mark frowned. "You mean he is alone?" "Yes, he is alone and he is very scary. You must not provoke him." "Humph." A person with a skull mark snorted coldly. "In the abandoned civilization, there is someone that we, the skeleton Ronin, cannot provoke." "Speak, where is he?" The demonic beast sighed and pointed to the nearby broken civilization. He sighed silently in his heart. Why were there always people who did not listen to the advice of good intentions and sought death? Chapter 2891. A broken civilization, huh? The person with the skull mark snorted coldly. What a coincidence. We were just about to harvest this broken civilization. I didn't expect them to be the first to steal our demon beasts. The other person with the skull mark had a serious expression. It seems that the broken civilization has accumulated a lot of power over the years. They can even capture all the demon beasts without anyone knowing. It seems that we need to inform the headquarters and let them take this seriously. Originally, they did not care about the power of the broken civilization, but now they became serious and decided to take this seriously. The broken civilization. The living beings who were completely unaware of this were living their ordinary lives as usual, until hundreds of white giant beasts broke the silence of the sky and the life of mortals in the sky above profound Literature City. The gigantic beast that blotted out the sky blocked out all the sunlight, causing the earth to sink into darkness. The residents felt waves of killing intent. They all hid in their houses and closed their doors and windows. They only dared to look outside through the cracks. The cruel life in the broken civilization had trained them to be cautious. Profound Literature City Lord, I have come in person. Are you not going to come out and greet me? There was a luxurious canopy on the giant beast in the middle. A middle-aged man with 3 eyes and a slightly serious expression sat cross-legged below. He was the first city lord of the broken civilization, a powerful being whose cultivation had reached the middle stage of the heavenly law lord. Whoosh! A long red carpet shot out from the city lord's mansion, reaching the feet of the giant white beast. The profound Literature City lord walked along the carpet into the air. He had a strong smile on his face as he cupped his hands. The first city lord's presence brings light to my humble profound Literature City. The first city lord walked down from the giant white beast with a smile on his face. Profound Literature City has been developing rapidly in recent years. How enviable! The 2 city lords met in the air in front of the people of the world. They were very friendly with each other. Those who did not know would think that they were meeting on good terms. On the ground, many living beings sighed in relief and stared at the hundreds of giant white beasts with envious eyes. Grandma, there seems to be a very beautiful big sister on that giant white beast. A young girl pointed at the giant white beast behind the first city lord. There was indeed a woman sitting cross-legged on it. Whether it was her figure or appearance, she could be said to be the best of the broken civilization. She was the daughter of the first city lord, Xiao Yan. This time she came along as well. That's the most beautiful girl in our broken civilization, Xiao Yan, Grandma said kindly. She's so beautiful. However, why is big sister Xiao Yan unhappy? The little girl said. Grandma immediately covered the little girl's mouth. Don't talk nonsense. The little girl widened her eyes. She's not happy. Look at her eyes. It's like she's going to eat someone up. As he was speaking, Xiao Yan suddenly turned to look at him. His eyes were incomparably dark, as if he was a man-eating beast. The girl was so frightened that she burst into tears on the spot. Only then did Xiao Yan turn his head and stare at Wenyuan City, Lord's mansion. To be more precise, he was staring at Wen Cheng, who was standing behind City, Lord Wenyuan. His eyes were filled with hatred. Wen Cheng noticed the other party's gaze and muttered, Crazy woman, ridiculous! You harmed me, and I haven't even settled the score with you, yet you're the first to get angry at me? However, the civil officials' gazes continued to search, but they did not find Marquis Wolf Officer. Logically speaking, shouldn't Marquis Wolf Officer come along with them? Why don't I see him? City Lord Wenyuan warmly invited. First City Lord, please come down for tea with your entourage. The first City Lord readily agreed and followed City Lord Wenyuan to the City Lord's mansion's guest hall. The important members of both sides were sitting in the guest hall, talking. After exchanging greetings, the first City Lord finally got straight to the point. City Lord Wenyuan, to tell you the truth, I'm here today because of your daughter and Marquis Wolf Officer's marriage. City Lord Wenyuan laughed coldly in his heart. What a busybody! Since when was it up to an outsider to interfere in his daughter's marriage? What a coincidence! We also have something to announce to the public. City Lord Wenyuan responded with equal harshness. That is, the marriage between my daughter and Marquis Wolf Officer is to be annulled. As for the reason, Marquis Wolf Officer's conduct is improper. He womanizes outside and his character is too poor. He does not meet the city Lord's criteria for choosing a son-in-law. He did not expose the fact that Marquis Wolf Officer was a spy. Once exposed, there would be no room for negotiation between them. They would have to fight to the death. This was the situation that City Lord Wenyuan did not want to see the most, because Wenyuan City was far inferior to the first city in all aspects. I object. The first city, Lord said on the spot. Wencheng and Marquis Wolf Officer are a match made in heaven. They must be married. The annulment of the marriage is invalid. City Lord Wenyuan's hand gripped the armrest, leaving a deep finger mark on the bronze armrest. What right did an outsider, like the first city Lord, have to decide his daughter's marriage on his own? In his eyes, he was just a bug that could be treated as heir, right? Haha. Then it's not up to the first city Lord. The marriage is between us and Marquis Wolf Officer. If we want to annul it, we can annul it. City Lord Wenyuan gradually shed all pretense of cordiality. The other party was so overbearing, it was impossible for him to not react at all. The first city Lord said indifferently, "Let me correct one point. It's not between you and Marquis Wolf Officer, but between you and us. If you want to annul the marriage, you must get our consent." City Lord Wenyuan kept his cool and said, "Is that so? Why?" Xiao Yan's face was cold as she clapped her hands. Two attendants came in with a thick chain. The other end of the chain was wrapped around a person's neck. His entire body was covered in burn marks, and his flesh was badly mutilated. His eyes had been dug out, his nose cut off, and even his tongue had been cut off. Even the area between his legs was badly mutilated. It was clear what kind of inhumane torture he had suffered. If one did not look closely, they would not think he was a person, but a wild dog that had been abused. Marquis Wolf Officer? City Lord Wenyuan sucked in a breath, and only after a while did he dare to recognize him. This person who had been abused like a lowly slave was actually the former #1 hero of Wenyuan City. Marquis Wolf Officer? Wencheng covered her mouth, shocked at Marquis Wolf Officer's current miserable state. He might as well die like this. Immediately, she looked at Xiao Yan, who happened to be staring at her with hatred. This caused Wencheng's heart to inexplicably panic. Was this all done by Xiao Yan? That's right, it was indeed done by Xiao Yan. Marquis Wolf Officer destroyed her innocence, destroyed her beautiful future of marrying a 9-star civilization noble. If she did not burn his bones to a feast, it would be difficult to dispel the hatred in her heart. But the person she hated the most was Wencheng. Why did Wencheng not obediently let Marquis Wolf Officer have his way, and instead caused her to lose everything? This was not fair. Not fair. Chapter 2892. Wencheng's heart trembled, feeling like she had been targeted by a poisonous snake. She really could not understand how she had offended him. City Lord Wenyuan's face sank, forcing himself to remain calm. And then, what right did the first city Lord have to decide for Marquis Wolf Officer? The first city Lord chuckled, saying, "As you can see, Marquis Wolf Officer is my slave. His life and death are all in my hands. Of course, I should be the one in charge of his affairs. Shouldn't you first ask for my opinion if you want to break off the engagement?" He had only heard of marriage asking for the parents' opinion. He had never heard of asking for the master's approval. He was completely pestering them endlessly. Even so what? I, City Lord Wenyuan, can break off the engagement if I want to. What right do you have to veto it? City Lord Wenyuan's words became cold. It was difficult to give up today. Rather than being bullied by the weak, it was better to be tough. The first city Lord's eyes became unfathomable. City Lord Wenyuan, can I take your words as provoking a dispute between the two cities? He had finally revealed his true intentions. Forcing the marriage was only a means. Openly provoking a dispute was his true goal. City Lord Wenyuan's eyes were sharp. He put down his teacup, saying firmly, "If you want to bully others, then be prepared to perish together." The first City Lord's entire body surged with a fierce aura. I'm afraid you don't even have the qualifications to fight to the death." He snapped his fingers. The sky above the Wenyuan City Lord's residence was immediately filled with whistling sounds. There seemed to be countless sounds of air being torn apart. Waves of powerful aura shrouded the sky above Wenyuan City. City Lord Wenyuan's eyes changed, immediately coming outside the guest hall. With one look, his face filled with shock. He saw 7 familiar faces standing in the air above the City Lord's residence. Those were all the City Lords of the broken civilization. There were a total of 15 cities in the broken civilization, including the first City Lord. 7 had come. Everyone, as you can see, City Lord Wenyuan has gone back on his word, insisting on provoking a conflict between the major cities of the broken civilization, violating the rules set by the broken civilization at the very beginning. We should stand together, erase this scum for the sake of justice. A bunch of nonsense. It was clearly the first City Lord who maliciously oppressed them. But in the end, it was Wenyuan City who broke the rules of the broken civilization. He was completely inverting right and wrong. However, what made City Lord Wenyuan furious was that the other 7 City Lords actually agreed. The first City Lord is right. Profound when City has betrayed us and severely damaged the unity of the broken civilization. Such a person cannot be allowed to live. I agree to join forces and annihilate Abyss Literature City. I agree. Agreed. All of the City Lords present had unanimously agreed to wage a war against Profound Learning City. City Lord Wenyuan was so enraged that his black hair fluttered in the wind. He pointed a trembling finger at them. You're all so foolish." Anyone could tell that the 7 of them must have been bribed by the first City Lord to stand on his side. But didn't they see the wolf-like ambition of the first City Lord? As the saying went, without the lips, the teeth would be interdependent. The destruction of Profound Literature City was a reflection of their future. Actually, they understood. However, people die for wealth and birds die for food. In order to nibble away at the benefits of Profound Literature City, they chose to ignore the future. The first City Lord shook his sleeves and said seriously, "City Lord Wenyuan, how about it? Do you want to continue to jump into the dispute between the 2 cities?" City Lord Wenyuan clenched his fists, unable to make up his mind. Once it started, it would be the 8 major cities attacking Profound Literature City. They would lose without a doubt. But if they compromised, their daughter would have to marry this trash that had been abused like a wild dog. Profound Literature City would be taken away peacefully, and they, father and daughter, would not be able to escape death. The first City Lord silently looked at City Lord Wenyuan. What he hoped the most was that Profound Literature City would be taken away peacefully. A war would more or less consume the resources of Profound Literature City. There would also be casualties and losses on his side. However, he was already certain that City Lord Wenyuan would choose to temporarily swallow his anger. That way there would still be a way out, right? As expected, City Lord Wenyuan struggled for a long time. Finally, like a deflated ball, he said, "The marriage is valid. I don't agree." A deep male voice echoed in the air. As soon as the voice appeared, Xiao Yan's fists clenched tightly, his sharp nails piercing into his flesh. It's him, the voice of the black-robed man. Xiao Yan would never forget it even in his dreams. The first City Lord's expression was indifferent. Don't participate in the conversation between us City Lords. There are no rules. Whoosh! A black-robed figure appeared beside Wencheng, as if he had teleported and pulled her into his embrace in an extremely natural manner. He said indifferently, "Wencheng is my woman. The word miscellaneous is not suitable to describe me." Huh. Everyone's eyes were sharp. The pupils of the first city, Lord, shrank. That movement technique was a little too strong. He could not capture Su Yu's trajectory. However, relying on the fact that he had more people on his side, the first city, Lord, did not panic. Instead, he found the authority to threaten him from Su Yu's words. He sternly berated, "When Yuan City Lord, you have failed to teach your daughter properly. You are a disgrace to the family. Your daughter is engaged to Marquis Langguan, but she is still making love with another man." He threw down a sword, coldly saying, "Immediately execute that man in front of the Tianxia City Lord. If not, don't blame us for destroying profound literature city." As if to coordinate with his words, the 7 city lords released their powerful cultivation bases, ready to fight at any time. When Yuan City Lord was in a dilemma, did this black-robed man come out to help him or the first city lord? How did he push himself into a passive situation? What should he do now? To kill him or not to kill him? At that moment he heard Su Yu say, "Then what about the daughter of the first city lord, Xiaoyan?" Knowing that Wen Cheng was engaged, she still had an affair with his fiancé, Marquis Langguan. What is the meaning of that? If you want to execute someone, it should be your shameless daughter, right? What? Xiaoyan and Marquis Langguan. The 7 city lords were secretly surprised. How could Xiaoyan say that? Being exposed in public, Xiaoyan's face turned red. She screamed like a madman, "It's all because of you! It's all your fault." Su Yu looked relaxed. "Miss Xiaoyan has publicly announced many times that she likes Marquis Langguan. She said that he is a great hero in your heart. I was just pushing the boat with the current to fulfill your wish. Why, you are not grateful to me, but resent me instead." Ah, Xiaoyan was going crazy. She screamed, "Father, kill him! Kill him!" The first city lord's face turned cold. His murderous intent was deep. He berated, "When Yuan City Lord, are you still not going to do it? Do you want the city to be destroyed?" The 7 city lords looked over coldly, their murderous intents rising. They hoped that there would be a conflict. That way, they would be able to divide the resources of profound literature city. Su Yu smiled indifferently and lightly flicked his finger. Chapter 2893. They didn't even have the chance to let out a scream before they all turned into blood that sprayed into the air. City Lord Wenyuan's roof was dyed blood red. The incident happened too abruptly and exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Wen Cheng, who knew Su Yu the best, had never imagined that Su Yu could kill 70% of the masters with a flick of his finger. Her mind was blank. For the first time, he realized that the Su Ryu he knew might not be the Su Ryu he had imagined. It was an incomparably terrifying 1,000-year-old monster. City Master Wen Yuan fell into a deep daze. He had thought that Su Yu's abilities might be pretty good. After all, he had been able to rescue Wen Cheng from Xiaoyan's hands. However, from the looks of it now, Su Yu's abilities weren't just not bad. He was simply invincible. The 7 city lords didn't have any room to resist. They didn't even have time to react before they were instantly killed. What kind of terrifying power was this? The expressions of the first city lord and Xiao Yan were frozen in the previous moment, unable to melt for a long time. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The 7 experts that he had spent so much effort to persuade were gone, just like that. Then, a calm voice broke their shock. "Destroy the city? First city lord, why don't you destroy them for me to see?" The first city lord trembled all over. This was not a dream. This was a reality that was crueler than a dream. His solemn face was gradually replaced by a thick sense of fear, and he no longer had the arrogance he had before. "May I ask who you are?" Su Yu's expression was indifferent. "You probably don't deserve to know who I am." The first city master felt the strong, murderous aura of Su Yu, and his heart could not help but jump. He hurriedly bowed. "I mean, whatever benefits City Master Wen Yuan gives you, I am willing to give you 10 times more." He was trying to bribe Su Yu in front of everyone. City Lord Wen Yuan could not help but feel his heart clench. In terms of resources and convenience, Wen Yuan City was worlds apart from the first city. Su Yu laughed. Bribe me? The first city lord paused and said, Yes. Then I want peace of mind. Can you give it to me? Peace of mind? The first city lord was slightly surprised. What was peace of mind? If I could, I would definitely give you 10 times more. The first city lord said respectfully. Su Yu replied calmly, You can give it to me. The first city lord's heart eased. It was good to have a talk. He was afraid that in the face of such a mysterious master, there would be no chance to talk at all. Please tell me. I will definitely satisfy you. Su Yu said leisurely, I am preparing to leave the dilapidated civilization, and I am worried about Wencheng. Only by eradicating all potential threats for him can I leave with peace of mind. The first city is clearly Wencheng's greatest potential threat. So, leave your lives to me, and I can leave with peace of mind. All he wanted was for the first city to be destroyed. You don't go too far. The first city lord understood and was shocked and angry. Su Yu said expressionlessly, I'm not going too far. I'm just upholding justice in the world. Don't you think so? The people of Profound Knowledge City immediately shouted excitedly, Yes! Senior is the embodiment of justice. The first city has committed all sorts of evil and has harmed countless people. They are the main culprits behind the destruction of civilization and should have been destroyed long ago. Lord, please uphold justice. Su Yu replied calmly, See? Killing you is the true justice. At this moment, the first city lord finally understood what despair was. In the face of absolute power, the despair of being weak was just like the situation of Profound Knowledge City lord just now. Wait. The first city lord pulled Xiaoyan over and said, Senior, my daughter is far better than Wencheng in all aspects. If you don't mind, you can take my daughter away, and she will be yours from now on. Xiaoyan wanted to resist, but in the face of the terrifying Su Yu, she couldn't even say a word. Haha, a woman who has been defiled by a lowly slave. What makes you think I would like her? Su Yu walked over slowly. The first city lord was terrified and turned to flee, not even caring about the daughter he was so proud of. Su Yu snapped his fingers and ran to the faraway first city lord. He didn't even have time to make a sound before he followed in the footsteps of the other 7 city lords. The sky was full of blood, drenching Xiaoyan's face. Her soft body trembled violently, and her eyes were pleading for mercy. Senior, please be merciful and let me go. Her expression was delicate and exceptionally pitiful. Su Yu was unmoved. Poisonous snakes are the best at camouflage. If you are careless, you will lose your life. At this moment, she looked pitiful, but this was just a facade. Once she gained power, she would definitely return to her old ways. At that time, she would definitely be retaliated against. He didn't care, but Wencheng had to be careful. Follow your father and die together, Su Yu said indifferently. He took a step forward and was about to trample on her. But all of a sudden, a skull mark descended from the 9 heavens without warning, blocking Su Yu's path. The invisible space domain it released was absorbed by the skull mark. Such a beauty, and you are willing to kill her. You really don't know how to be tender to the fairer sex. 3 mysterious people with skull marks appeared above the city lord's manor. They were the so-called skeleton Ronin. They came to the broken civilization to find out who had taken away their demonic beasts. The unusual movement here had attracted them. They happened to see the scene of Xiaoyan being killed by Su Yu, and they conveniently saved her. Su Yu looked at them indifferently. Before you die, tell me your name first. But Wencheng suddenly grabbed his arm tightly and stopped Su Yu from speaking with a fearful look in her eyes. Su, you could clearly feel that Wencheng's body was trembling. Even when the first city master's army had arrived, Wencheng hadn't been this afraid. were the origins of these three people very special. Ryu, don't speak. They are skeleton Ronin. When Chung said, her head was deeply lowered, and she didn't dare to look up at the three skeleton Ronin. That fear came from the depths of her bones. Skeleton Ronin? Su-yu had just arrived, so he naturally didn't know them. But even if he knew them, so what? Anyone who prevented him from solving the problem was an enemy. Since you don't want to tell me your name, then you can be a nameless soul, Su-yu said indifferently. The three skeleton Ronin laughed wantonly. Interesting. A middle-stage heavenly lawmaster can already be a king in the broken civilization. When the tiger is gone, the monkey becomes the king. One of the skeleton Ronin's body shook, releasing a terrifying pressure that suppressed the entire place. That was a middle-stage heavenly lawmaster, but the difference was that he was at a higher level than the middle stage. He was more than a little stronger than the first city master. Why don't you try to kill me with a flick of your finger? The skeleton Ronin laughed coldly. Su-yu's space domain could deal with ordinary people, but it was far from enough to deal with him. Unexpectedly, Su-yu nodded and said, "Sure, as you wish." From under the black robe, he stretched out a woman's hand, bent a finger, and gently flicked it.